Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the NEUROSTRIKE Grand Finals. My name is Sino, and joined here, it's my main man, Chaka. How are you doing this fine Tuesday evening?
I'm doing okay. I'm excited to get into some Siege. This will be like one of the first times in a while where I'll be able to cast F5 after watching them play at Element 6. Although it was short-lived, they unfortunately just got just bracket cursed into playing
Ah,
like X
my heart.
Pros. And they weren't like too bad against Freaky Frogs, mind you, in the very first round. Team
Mm.
NuTorious, they have some names on there, mainly like streamers like Ice Code, for example. So it'll be interesting to see what type of attitude they come into today, because I know that coming into this game that they've made like a ton of roster changes from what you told me.
100%. And for NuTorious, I mean, there's a large roster that's been consistently changing, and they've met F5 before. It's not like this is their first BO5 against them. I mean, in Crypt, we saw them lose 3-1 to the hands of F5, and I think it was a 2-0 in a BO3 prior to that. So it's not like these teams are inexperienced, and that's exactly what we saw with the bans. I mean, either team kind of went for that target ban, and then they started picking what they really wanted to do to establish instead of targeting the other side. So I'm excited to see how these teams really bring that pacing. And I feel like there's one question I have to ask you as the color caster. Do you have any predictions for the matchup today?
I'm gonna go with F5 just because of recency bias. Of course, not only I know they went 0-3 in the element, but mind you, again, they got bracket curse. They played against X Pros for most of their games. Like what they had Freaky Frogs,
Mm-hmm.
which went through 3-0. That was like Mike Debut's team with
Yeah.
I believe it was Solo in it as well, which
Mm-hmm.
he's played on teams with JJ Blast and also Mr. B. I could even like check actually like while I'm while we're here waiting. They played against Freaky Frogs, COB, which again X Pros and COB. Five Fears had Kool-Aid and Skies, and Skies is like one NAL before with Dark Zero, so that was like a really bad bracket for them. I think
Poor
coming into
guys.
today, like I would favor F5. They played the tougher
Mm-hmm.
competition. They've also won this league last season, from what you told me from behind the scenes. They seem to be the clear favorites going into today.
Mm-hmm. And speaking about the clear favorites going into the day here, I mean, something that we saw was insane to me. We have seen F5 take 16 votes to 2 on the social predictions, which is just, kind of insane if you think about it, because come on, how is it so biased towards one team? But as it stands, you have Stealth, Z-Man, and Cheek lining up with Fire and Perseus on the side of F5. And looking at the flip side of things, you're going to have Ice Cold, Jugarku, Good, Ashes, which has been subbed in, if I'm not mistaken, for someone else. I think it was Icy, and then Jero lining up on NuTorious. So I'm very interested to see how this goes, and I'm excited, honestly, because this game has been something that I've been looking forward to.
F5, they've been near flawless. They've only lost one game. They have the best round difference in the league, and they've obviously had to be flawless in the playoffs because it's single elim. For Team NuTorious, they were second in their group. They finished with the same record that F5 did, so 3 wins, 1 loss, 16 round diff. And the teams that they've had to go through to get to the grand final were Overtake Coral, Dark Knight Esports, and Zocorp Esports. I say those names like I truly know the teams, but I really don't. But I mean, in all of those games, so, they've won like 2-0. And most of these, well, apart from the ZK game, they won most of them at least in regulation.
I really hope that I really hope we see something different. I really hope we don't see a 3-0. I hope we see a little bit of differing storylines. I mean, NuTorious won this last season, so I don't want to see them win. But in the meantime, I think that for F5, just being in E6, I mean, they have something to improve here. You cannot fall to this team today. So you guys are really going to have to both put your best foot forward and show us why you really want to win.
And I mean, they start off on the best side of consulate defense. Consulate, of course, is a defender side of the map. They're going to be starting off on the top floor too, which is a extremely strong site to play for the defense. And they brought like very atypical operators. Something that you don't really see all that often is the Tachanka paired with the smoke. So maybe they'll play the smoke in a more forward position in admin, or maybe in vending hall, maybe long desk, in order to waste time on the initial clear from Team NuTorious, who with this lineup, it looks like they do want to go for an admin over clear.
I really hope that it works out for them here, because I think the first couple of rounds of a BO5 really does go a long way in terms of determining the rest of the game and the pacing against your team, because if you're not leading by example, then what are you really doing? You guys have to be able to relax, slow down, and play as a unit here, especially on the attacking side of Consulate. If you guys get first picked by a pulse from below or a Valkyrie just lurking, then it's an issue that you're going to have to deal with for the rest of the game, because it's just telling F5 that they can continuously do that with no repercussions.
Team NuTorious is starting off with the admin over cleared. They've started off by opening up the catering wall. That is a crucial position to deny and a cutoff position to establish when cutting off operators such as the smoke and or the Tachanka that usually plays inside of catering or near catering in order to get their utility off to deny the plant. Team NuTorious, it looks like they have crucial map control and admin though.
I mean, did you see that pulse scanner? 4 people were live pinged on that heart detector, and he's just still there. So it feels like F5 have just gotten lucky here with being able to recognize where that push is coming from. They've been able to redirect all of their resources to committing to it, and Stealth kind of capitalizes on the fact that there's no Claymore on that catering breach, hops out, easy kill onto the rappel here, and while these players continue to try to attack out admin, they're still going to have to suffer that casualty and try to build up a play from there.
There is no deployable shield inside of the vending hall anymore, if there was one. And so while Team NuTorious, they do clear the vending hallway, it's about pushing through. And when you have no type of man count established here and you're actually in a man disadvantage, it's really hard to push yourself forward. And they're having a tough time doing that, especially with all this info that the Pulse is getting.
I mean, beautiful C4 there from Perseus. I mean, what do you guys expect? You don't have the intel on the verticality. You have to be able to expect a surprise here. And it feels like that 2-man difference, and then make it a 3 by an easy one-tap with that Glock. I mean, Good's gotten that consolidation kill here, but you've given away your location in the process, and you're instantly shut out. What an opening round there by F5, and they've won on every single front, whether it's utility or just the straight ones.
Also, very crucially, winning on information as well. If Team NuTorious had any type of map control, it wasn't without F5 knowing about it or specifically exactly where they were. So Team NuTorious never really had comfortable map control for the whole entirety of that round. The moment they got into admin, they're being C4, they're being swung outside of the admin windows. They have no time to establish actual map control. Even when they do, like I said, even when they do get admin, it's very hard for them to even push into vending despite dealing with the shield. They cannot push forward without F5 knowing about it. So it's really good info gathering from F5 using the post down below. Team NuTorious don't check that there is a post down in Visa, so they have a really hard time playing against this F5 when it came to them establishing their map control.
God, I really hope that it's only up from here, because I know that the attacking side of Consulate isn't really preferred, but still, you've picked this map. You get the opening hand here by being able to start on your home turf. I hope that you guys can scratch a couple of rounds away, maybe approach for either a 3-3 or a 2-4 split, because even then, you guys can go onto that defensive saying you've won some rounds and we can play on our preferred side with our heads up here. But again, only being 1 round in, a lot can happen, but with F5 playing every single aspect better than NuTorious so far, it only looks like it can go one way until we see something different in the upcoming rounds.
It's not an aggressive roam here from F5. It's pretty easy map control from Team NuTorious. They don't seem to know that they have the full map in their control. Apart from yellow stairs, like this full vertical that they have is like for free. The only thing that works in F5's favor is not only them getting the opening pick, but the fact that again they have this post down below giving consistent info on vert, and they have a bunch of nitro cells to act off of.
What the hell is Cheek doing all the way up there? I mean, it's an easy opening kill here, and you've taken care of that demo, so say goodbye to any form of roam clearing here. Perseus is going to be able to roam freely across this first floor, and you saw how lethal he was the last time around here. You guys are establishing vertical on the most on the highest floor in this map, and you still have to rely on the second soft breacher to get to work here. But now you're going to risk your life because there's three C4s across the board, and the defender's really playing safe because, you know, they have that man advantage.
The only thing that's not really safe is the vertical, but again, besides the vertical, what other map control do NuTorious have? They don't really have yellow stairs. They're not going down spiral quite yet. The vertical is really the only thing they have going for them. And this can force some of these site players to move around, maybe force some space onto the site. But again, without that yellow control, I mean, positions like yellow pillar, for example, may be really hard to clear when they are eventually going for this execute.
Looks like they've just kind of ignored that they lost that first blood, but they might realize that a little too late when they realize that man who punished them with the first pick is still just free roaming around. He has the utility needed to just deny on site, but he's not going to use it. It's just going to be Cheek lurking in yellow, looking to deliver a final blow to anybody who walks down those stairs. He's going to get a nice mouthful full of that SMG-11, and then he has that shotgun to back it up here. And with 4 attackers in this area, it's very common that he'll be able to land off some shots. That's exactly what he'll do before fading away, taking Ace's damage. And then as these defenders are just going to continue to park out here, these attackers have absolutely nothing to rely on except for aggression with their weapons at the close range.
Again, doing a very good job of denying the yellow stairs position. That was the whole point of the smoke being here in the first place. He has to know that somebody is on his yellow stairs, destroying his barb, and at the same time that he's worried about that, he gets swung.
An easy kill there. In the meantime, Z-Man lands a nice, easy headshot from the depths of yellow. This is kind of what happens when you push into a focal point with no verticality, no breach established. It's just going to be picked off one by one, and that's exactly what F5 are going to do here. You guys played exactly into their hands, and they punished you for it. A 2-0 lead that only those could dream of on their opponent's turf.
And I'm not too sure what happened on the breach there for Team NuTorious, because it didn't really seem like they wanted to go through the breach, instead forcing themselves into one tight corridor. Very one-dimensional push. And apart, again, from like the verticality, they really had like no other pressure to go off of. It was really good time waste as well from F5. Cheek did a very good job of playing the yellow stairs, and Team NuTorious, they kept trying to forget about him for the whole entire round, but yellow stairs is such a pivotal position. You have to get yellow stairs control, especially if somebody is playing there very isolated like Cheek was. And not only was he playing isolated, he was playing isolated and he was just wasting a lot of time. Team NuTorious didn't deal with them for the whole entire round. That's just like really sad. NuTorious, they could have had a chance to win that round if they would have just killed the yellow player.
I mean, it's kind of jarring when you see a team kind of just ignore that roamer, that soft roamer, to just start working the verticality, because as you'll see, he'll come back to bite you. She got a very easy opening kill, and he considered just run around and sit up top yellow as the smoke here. I mean, F5, yes, they have a coach, yes, they have the practice, but again, you got to think of how they got to E6 in the first place. They've practiced, they know what maps, they know what the essential plays are here, and it looks like NuTorious are really just trying to go all out and just do whatever works for them, but it's just not going to work against a team that's this well coordinated.
Just feels like F5, no matter what they do, they can just get away with it, because I don't really think Team NuTorious have a good read on the game. Maybe the argument could be that they're a little bit too one-dimensional. They do get a really big pick on the top floor. But other than that, they don't really have any map control established off of that. That was just one of the top floor players.
Again, with the Iruni as well, I mean, yeah, her Suryas go down, and you can use that to your advantage for the defenders, but having your ability up is something the defenders can continue to use even after you've departed. The only good that Azami has been capitalized for in the last couple of months of Siege is her ACOG. I mean, it's an absolute powerhouse, but Z-Man getting taken care of at the end of the day is still very huge for Team NuTorious, considering how their previous rounds have went.
I hope they don't really take too much time here, because again, the one player that they are leaving alone is the admin side player, and they haven't really established any map control until I just saw somebody repel into admin. So they have done well to do that. They've also isolated the other second floor player here. So now there is only the Azami here, and he has to make a decision of if he wants to stay here or leave.
Good is actually going nuclear right now as he continues to clear the roamers all by himself. He sees his team struggling, so, you know, he'll step up to the occasion here. And we haven't seen a lot of Jugarku yet just because he's on that spear entry. He's been getting first picked a lot here, but when he switches roles, we usually see him go crazy. So while NuTorious go back to that drawing board and reassign the roles here for each and every player, it looks like this is that round that they're definitely going to need. And with only one casualty suffered in the last minute and a half, you guys have 3 bodies taken off for F5. You can slow down, play the verticality, use the hard breaches, and try to put that bomb down. But as of now, you guys have lacked to bring the flank watches, and it's going to come up against you. You have a gridlock, and some reason there's no track stingers on yellow stairs. You pay the price for it, and it's easy for Fire to just pull off because he's just closing that deference to just one player. But Ice Cold gets it right back in blood and finally gives NuTorious a promising round.
Looks like they will have a free plant as well over by X position. There is no vert to be played because Ice Cold is covering it, and the plant is going to go down. He's isolated against the blitz, and I have no reason to believe that he'll actually win this. He's not only getting pushed by the blitz, but also Ice Cold shuts him down from the vertical. So yeah, pretty nice round from Team NuTorious. It all started off with the opening pick on one of the second floor players. And although I thought maybe them slowing down a little bit too much, like how we saw them do that on basement, and it ultimately left Cheeg to be very influential in his position on yellow stairs with the smoke to waste a ton of time. And the end round there for NuTorious in that second round. In that third round, them slowing down was really good because they were able to like gather more info, isolate one player on the other side of the second floor, and then completely cut off the Azami as they tried to retreat towards a much safer position, either towards long desk or down spiral.
I'm happy to finally see a round on the board there for NuTorious. And I mean, it's kind of funny not running a delay is because you can interact with the chat. I mean, you guys give me a W for Rennie in the chat because she's the one who is observing for us on a delay. She's just observing by herself in a little bubble with absolutely nothing. But I feel like, does Unk win this? And then from there, you see him get flashed by a blitz. It completely jumped by everybody else on the vert. Makes it absolutely hilarious. And it's kind of heartwarming to see NuTorious finally get themselves on the board. As you were mentioning before, I mean, even after they got that first pick, we were a little bit concerned about their overall map grasp on the uppermost floor here. But you saw that man repel into admin, and then from there, they added in those focal points by pinching somebody off from top spiral. So whenever somebody tried to rotate out, they were confined to either going down yellow or admin, and then the attackers were just there parked out, picking them off one by one.
And that's one of the best things about second floor is there's plenty of opportunities to put yourselves in good cutoff positions. It's very easy. It's the reason why it's very easy is because it's very easy to predict where players are going to go on the top floor. There's only so many places you can rotate down to the first floor, and there's only, well, there's 2 hatches. There's one in admin and there's one in office. Like you mentioned, they really only had a couple of options that Team NuTorious could get a grasp on. That was a run out from the Tachanka?
Yeah, man. Just question marks. Question marks.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like Good is really starting to get adjusted. He's managed to find 4 kills in the last 2 rounds, and he's going to continue to keep his foot on the gas here as F5 are trying to adjust to his pacing because they came out swinging. And they thought it was exceptional because they got the first 2 rounds because of their aggression. Now, when NuTorious gets around on the board, they now know what to expect here. And as players like Iceball and Jugarku look to adapt here, it's starting to become NuTorious-dominated rounds.
And this is like one of the only rounds where you can forgive NuTorious for going like a little bit slower because they got rid of the Tachanka. I mean, the only thing that would be able to deny them in the plant spot again would be this Nitrocell. Team NuTorious are not clearing down below. You also have the Echo in play to hear from Perseus, but it seems like they're kind of establishing this map control and admin quite well. They're moving in towards bending too, so at some point we may see them like go for an execute.
Just below 90 seconds left on the clock here. Only seen 1 kill so far, and it's the one that led to the Tachanka, running out for some reason. And as 2 players approach Spiral, one's watching the cross in through bathroom, the other one's sitting parked out here on vending. 3 players from a 5 swing, and that would have been disastrous if they had gotten caught and swung out here. But as they look to continue to line up a play, it's Jero to open up his second kill to take care of Cheeg. And while they continue to shoot the toes off of Ice Cold, he'll go down to 1 HP, but he'll live to tell the tale. And with these attackers starting to line up and execute here, they're starting to find the pressure points of F5's defensive.
early aggression getting punished there from NuTorious. They've gotten rid of Tetachanka. It'll be a lot easier to now
No way.
execute inside of meeting, but if the Echo gets more value with the shotgun, which he won't, he'll eventually go down. That means the Echo drones are done there for F5, and Team NuTorious, they get their second attacking round. Well done from them, because again, they get the opening pick and then they just slowly start to anaconda this defense. There's really not a lot of places that you can play on the top floor. I feel like once you lose Admin, then the obvious place would be to go to Spiral, because the long desk players are very influential in stopping a meeting execute.
That was a really interesting round.
Yeah.
Tachanka running out, the execute going in through the site door, but Echo getting the kill on the men, holding the shield operator. But what the hell did we just witness? I mean, that Blackbeard was on 1 HP, and the shotgun was aimed directly at his shield. I thought he had it.
I thought when the Blackbeard was aiming that he got like smoked in the head.
Yeah, me too, and I don't know how he didn't get smoked, but again, I mean, we expected this to be an F5 dominated game after those first 2 rounds here, but NuTorious is proving why they're the team that won NEUROSTRIKE last season here, getting 2 critical rounds on the attacking of Consulate, and if they can continue down this path, they can eventually win this map, and when they do, they go on to F5's pick with something in their pocket, because once you establish that lead and the momentum, it's pretty hard to break down regardless of the map you go to.
Yeah, pretty typical half would look like a 4-2. So for Team NuTorious to already get 2 rounds on their attacks, and it's like 2 back-to-back rounds too, where generally their clears have looked very, very solid. They've been able to get the opening pick, and then they fully suffocate the defense of F5. That's really good for them, especially on a defensive-sided map like Consulate. So hats off to them, because they've really improved from the very first 2 rounds we saw them play in.
Clock just running down here, NuTorious going to the checkboard, you know, just do things that we need to do. Try to get in the building here, and Stealth with a run out. What is that? He flies down from the top ropes, takes Jugarku off the board. I mean, you can't even fault him for droning out, man. I feel bad. He just gets absolutely destroyed within the first minute here, and as they line up an attack from the backside here, they take server, and Jugarku, man, honestly, you're so real. The new nerf, or the new buff for her, is going to prove to be against you and only you, as the rest of your team remains alive and pushes server here as they get the green light to try to clear out Coffee Maker. And as they shoot that C4 out the sky, Stealth follows it up with an easy headshot onto Jero, a second one onto Good, and now that is the complete attack blown up here for F5, as they are really showing us why they're that team that wants to reestablish their lead.
And Ice, yeah, he did get that kill. Okay, so Steph finally goes down after getting a 3K in a round. So Team NuTorious still in the 4v2, so there should be no reason as to why they should be able to win this. The only way that they have been is through 1 hard breach charge. Their Rain hard breach is dead, so should be no reason as to why. And I kind of wanted to talk about the solos a little bit, but Perseus, he overpeaks, and that puts Team NuTorious in a much better position than they were originally.
I mean, I really want to be optimistic here, Chaka, but there's no pocket EMPs for Ice Ball. There's no health for either, and they're going to learn that the hard way here as one person goes down and he gets a second chance at life. But you're both now at 20 HP versus a Slug Shotgun and a DMR, and I feel like you're going to learn that the hard way. The first man goes down, and the second is held at bay by that Toxic Babe. With just less than half a minute left on the clock here, Ice Cold needs to either bait out the kills here or use this as a pseudo timeout to talk about what's going on, because it is just not looking like their previous 2 rounds here as F5 reclaim that lead and break the deadlock.
Okay, so 2 points. One, the Solace is the only change she received, by the way, is the fact that she has impacts now. So her gadget hasn't changed in no way, shape, or form. And I think the biggest issue that people had with Solace wasn't with her nerf to her global ability, or not her global ability, to her ability, her main ability. It was the fact that she lost her impacts. Now that she has her impacts back, then if people have been watching Element 6, Solace has seen a big uptick in play for maps that have a lot of verticality involved. such as consulate and border. In that case, verticality wasn't really used. He just jumped out a bathroom window using his impacts, and he figured he was on a drone just because, I mean, he used his gadgetry and just saw him on a drone. I mean, you can't with the way that the Solus has been nerfed, you can't really see what exactly they're doing as like a big question mark until you activate it. And the second point I had too, I mentioned like you have no ranged hard, like during that round I mentioned you have no ranged hard breach anymore, and the only thing you have is a hard breach charge. So they were kind of just really only confined in those last few rounds in that 3v2, that 4v2 to the main hallways and the doorways. Because you lost your ace so early on, you cannot open cafeteria wall with from servers, nor you can't open the cafeteria wall from servers. So you're really only confined to like one angle. You don't really have multiple angles to work with once you lose that ace.
Very, very default here as Ice Cold is repelled on a shield op. I mean, kind of raises a couple of eyebrows here because I wonder what they're going to be going for. But it looks like as they utilize utility, another run out for Chig, and it continues to just go downhill for Team NuTorious. Come on, guys. I mean, Good can only do so much. He's really trying to keep you guys in this, but you've now lost the spearhead of your attack, and with a dull attack, I mean, what are you guys going to do? You're going to either have to bait out the kills or be aware of this utility, but I mean, come on. That is how many first picks compared to the ones you guys been able to find.
Like you mentioned, that is the Blackbeard for an Arune, so obviously F5 get away with the better trade here too. So the moment Team NuTorious are kind of just weighing out their options, I'm not even too sure if they understand where Perseus' position is inside of this small office, but he is there and he could just rat him out as they cross him.
I mean, somebody said Jugarku is still alive, and I really wonder how long that'll be for, but he'll get his first kill as Perseus' toes are caught outside of the desk, and that'll be first blood for Jugarku, and he will help his team build up that lead. And now, as they've established that one-man position, you guys can reset and play time here. The clutch drone takes control of that Banshee, so Z-Man has no other choice but to impact it and play out the time here. But as these attackers continue to line up something, they're completely unaware if there's a man below them, and they've refused to continue to bring these flank washes. We only saw a good lock once, and it looks like they're going to pay the price, because if they go for that execute, there's going to be a man from below ready to act on it. There's no intel there, and that's going to become a problem, but it looks like audio is enough as Z-Man's taking care of, and Jugarku follows it up by taking care of stealth. Fire, you tried running out with the Chaka, it didn't work out for you, and now it's the complete opposite. You're the last left alive here, and there's intel on you. They know exactly where you are, but luckily for you, you know where the first person approaching is, but you can't even shut it out. As good as holding that long angle, and NuTorious are waking up after suffering a really, really bad first casualty.
Team NuTorious 3-3 have on cons. You mentioned earlier that like 4-2 is usually the norm. That's what you aim for as the attack. Getting a 3-3 split on a map as defender sided as consulate is extremely good, especially because now you go into the favorite side of defense. And I'm not too sure if what F5's attacks look like on cons, if they're just like, if they're as good as their defense, if they're better, because some teams can be better on their attacks on this map. It's very rare, but some teams can be. So we'll see in the case of F5 esports. But yeah, Team NuTorious, they had some really good attacks where at first, at the beginning of the game, they were very slow in getting map control. They kind of let some huge gaps slip with there being like some runouts sometimes, or them just not checking any verticality in any of these rounds where there was a post picked from F5 esports. And as the rounds have went on, they've gained better awareness of their opponents. And even though like they haven't really changed the pacing of the game, they've still kind of moved a little bit slow. They've been like a little bit more, what's the word, I guess, detailed in their approach, and it's been really nice to watch them, especially when they have gone on like really good clears.
I mean, I should become a color caster at this point. I predicted 3-3 because of the past games that we've seen, and I don't really know if that really qualifies me. I mean, you're the expert, but 3-3 was exactly what I expected here. We've seen conflict before. It's usually ended out in regulation, and the split isn't usually so evened out here, but knowing Team NuTorious and how they can create a snowball effect for themselves, and how F5 is just a renowned team that consistently practices, that consistently has that voice of their coach, it was bound to be an evened out match here. And as we are on NuTorious's home pick, they're able to go onto their preferred side and try to build something up here.
And looking at both lineups, I don't see anything too out of the ordinary. It's very interesting to see that Team NuTorious don't really have like the same approach, I guess, when it comes to the layops. Like they're running Malusi, they're running Goyo, but we've seen F5 Esports run Smoke and Tachanka, especially like Tachanka in most of the rounds on the second floor. And to see Team NuTorious not pick that when he's one of the more preferred operators on the second floor is very interesting. Instead, they pick Goyo, who can probably do the same job, just has a better gun, I think, too.
I would really hope that NuTorious, if they're staring down the barrel of a deficit, they call a timeout here, because you guys need everyone to step up, especially when you have 2 players that are positive and the rest are negative. I really hope you guys address it, because you have 5 timeouts. Use them. Jero capitalizing on that Banshee here, and Perseus kind of just, gave up that there was, Akiba on somebody behind said Kiba here, and it allows F5 to hop into admin here, but lose a body, which becomes essential to your overall grasp of the pressure building up from admin, especially when it's that hard breacher. Jagarku using a C4, but it's empty, and now it is Team NuTorious that just gets to sit out here and try to waste the time of F5.
They're also trying to go for a top spiral take at the same time, I guess, to deal with this vending player, but they're holding a cutoff, but they have like no utility pressure. Actually, they're using the fires, but it looks like they've missed.
I mean, you would have thought there was, I thought there was going to be an ADS or a Wamai in that area, but even with the frags coming in and no denial for that projectile, he's still going to sit there. Jero following it up by taking care of Cheek here. Good, has a beautiful angle on that corner, but somehow Gridlock manages to escape. But with the 2 players on Spiral here, you guys have the most essential position here to be able to open things up. Stealth with the TK. Z-Man gets followed up, and then it's Stealth to fall next. Z-Man onto Good and Jagarku to finish it off. Chucka, what the hell did we just witness?
Oh my god, I can't believe that. Actually can't. No, because like, just when I think the round can't get any worse, you put a replay.
Like, come on! What are we doing?
No,
oh,
like,
come on!
Just when I think the round couldn't get worse, especially with the way that F5 started, the utility play from the very beginning was not good, especially with there only being 1 Kiba barrier and vending, and there only being the Azami behind it. Like you mentioned, there is no Amai, there is no Jaeger. There's really nothing to counter the durable utility that F5 have. And for some reason, not only do the Capital boats miss because the Kiba barrier still exists, but like they just cannot clear the Azami until they lose both of their top spiral players. And it's not even to the Azami, it's just to a team kill and to the player playing on long desk. So that was just like a very poor round from F5 from beginning to end based off of utility play alone.
I think
also
that might have
too. Like, what the hell?
That might have been my greatest solo prod moment of all time, because that needed to be replayed 10 times over. We cannot be TKing after you guys have just fought tooth and nail to try to get that man advantage back. And once you guys are finally approaching that area, you completely, you don't even, destroy the better, can't say the other word, but you completely destroy your chances at bringing it back here. And NuTorious finally take the lead for the first time this series, and F5 are just playing a game of catch-up here, because it looks like all of that team coordination, that synergy has been completely thrown out of balance, and you guys have to address what's going wrong. Otherwise, everybody's going to start heating up here, and Jagarku's that first example.
Picked into the Azami again for Jero too, and I highlight the Azami specifically because with Azami, she's very good at obviously reshaping maps, completely changing what the end round can look for most teams. And that's why you see a lot of teams that are very execute heavy teams that like to do things by the book, like DZ ban Azami because she's just that good. And sometimes she can completely screw up whatever you want to do in a round. And it seems like in that last round, that's exactly what happened at F5. So it makes sense that Jero picks again. She was really effective in holding off the vending position.
What the
She
hell?
can be really good at holding off Spiral too.
Chaka, look at how many Kiba she has in the pocket. He
Didn't
hasn't
use
used
one.
a single one,
Fair
and
enough.
he goes
Oh,
down
well.
with it in his pocket. Disasters from NuTorious, and I mean, Iceball really tried to follow it up with a C4, but a big kill from Jagarku allows those boogies to go down with Z-Man in the pocket. I mean, two essential operators to both the attacking and the defensive rosters, and now they're going to have to struggle. Either side, they're going to have to get creative, whether it's trying to open up the breach or keeping your site locked down here. F5 and NuTorious have really suffered massive, massive losses.
It looks like they're having a bit of issues trying to find this Kai Claw on the main breach. So there may be a chance that they just do not get the Domino's wall open because it's just that well hidden. And like you mentioned, because the RAM is gone, you cannot completely see above this wall to find that Kai Claw. They also don't have an IQ in play neither. So this makes it 10 times harder.
It's like a game
No,
of the
got it.
floor is lava. 4 C4s evaded here, but Jagarku with that SMG-12 allows himself to help himself and his team get on the board to take up that man advantage here. And as the hatch is opened as well, it's a lot of pressure onto NuTorious because the breaches are being opened here, but with that man advantage, you guys have to park out. Iceball getting carried away, and somehow it works out in his favor, even with the comms against him. Fire will fall, and now it's just Iceball to continue to hold out. Jagarku and Iceball link up beautifully together to take care of Chigan. It's just Perseus outside the breach together to just take out the time here, and he's going to try to bait out the kills as Jagarku is going up for a sprint. It doesn't matter because he's come back. He's now positive, and it's a beautiful comeback here as NuTorious are continuing to run away with this lead, and they're now one shy away from that match point.
Team NuTorious, they get aggressive in the faces of F5 as they're trying to set up for their execute and look for kills through the vert, which that is the right play. I kind of like the way they made the decision to do that. They didn't just sit in sight and then try and play like ranged nitros. I think that by that point they used all of their nitro cells. Either way, they just made the collective decision. One player goes up Spiral, the other retakes yellow. That puts a lot of pressure onto the vert players who can no longer watch vert when they're being flanked. They have to deal with those flankers, and they just could not do that. So very good for Team NuTorious, and this goes back to them just confirming that 3-3 attacking half. I said I was interested to see how exactly F5 Esports attacks on Con. Some teams are better at attacking than they are at defending, and so far F5 have not proved my point that they can attack this map.
Yeah, this is low-key sad to see. I mean, we saw F5 opening it up with very promising rounds, and I hope they could. I hoped they could have taken the first map because then it kind of forces a narrative where each team has to continue to win on the other team's map, if that makes any sense. And this is going to be a game of back and forth, which would eventually take us to Sky here. But if it continues the default way, then sadly, we're going to have to stick to textbook Siege. And, you know, the last points I have is we should probably ban Kylo from ever chatting again after that despicable message he just put in chat.
Kylo Rens?
Yes, that Kylo Rens.
What did he
When
say?
the nut comes at you hard, you just have to take it. I'm banning him. He's out.
No, that's base. That's base. I like that.
Of course you do. Nice.
What?
What is up with C4s here and the pulse is just not being caught off, and Jagarku opens it up by taking care of stealth. The breaches are opening up default, and he's going to continue to get aggressive. What is going on? We've yet to see any drone work take care of these surprise operators. Jagarku thinks he's aim key, tries to hit it from downtown, but C4 is absolutely wasted here as now it's a quick reset from both teams as they look to see what they can do better to win the round out.
And is okay, so they just lost. Okay, well now they've lost their IQ. That's really crucial against not only the Valkyrie but also the Post, who usually likes to sit in basement. And so now that you've kind of lost like two of your main operators, one for the roam clear and then the other for clearing this utility. Yeah, this is just really awful for F5 going into round 9.
Oh, Jesus, Perseus, everybody's just falling here for F5. I mean, you guys had a grasp on that first floor, but now you haven't even been able to find first blood in Jagarku. Even from the distance, the recoil doesn't matter for him, and the Blackbeard gets shut out. F5, they've lost their minds as now it is just an NuTorious dominated game, and they're just left completely lost. It's first pick against them. It's sights lost against them, and That team that we saw so ferocious the first couple of rounds has yet to find one in the last 4.
These attacks, it's not even the fact that they haven't really gone F5's way, but insinuating that they haven't gone F5's way insinuates that these rounds have been super close for F5 on their attacks. And it hasn't been super close at all. They haven't won a single attack, and that's for a very good reason. It doesn't really seem like they just know how to attack cons. Like, first round, they struggled with one guy on vending hall with a Kiba barrier and a Malusi on his small office door. Second round, they lost the opening pick, but then they also lose the follow-up pick onto their soft breach, and they struggled to get the wall open, and they struggled to deal with the flanks coming up from NuTorious when they eventually retook Vert. That round, they just couldn't get inside the building.
I really hope we see a Warden ban here. I swear to God, it'll be the funniest thing we see tonight.
You see a Warden ban? Nah. It's Army. Mira. Okay.
That would have been funny. We haven't seen a lot of Mira, but it does make sense considering they're going to have to either go upstairs or in the basement. But, I mean...
There was, like, one Mira.
Yeah, but, I mean, from a 2-0 lead for F5 to a 3-6 is just shocking by this point in the game. But I'm happy they called that timeout because they have that coach. You might as well use him. But the overall ability for NuTorious to wipe their mindset of losing and just say, yeah, this is what we're going to do because this is our map and now we're going to be the ones that take you guys to match point is honestly amazing to see. We thought it was just going to be a one-sided game. They were just getting warmed up apparently, Chaka, and now they're the ones with the lead.
Yeah, they're playing with a ton of confidence, something that F5 were able to do on their defenses. But now that it's happening to them where they're getting ran at, they're getting run out on, they're getting flanked, they can't seem to win their ones at the moment.
Oh, sadly.
So,
I mean,
that completely sucks. Yeah,
it's not even that. It's not even that. We're just seeing them lose their ones. Yes, but they're also being put in positions they shouldn't be in. I mean, you have Perseus outside chilling on scaffolding and he's getting wide swung and he's losing that gunfight. You should never be losing that.
I've never seen anybody lose that before. You're right.
Yeah, me neither. I could win that.
I can't. I'm pretty bad at this game sometimes.
That's the point. I suck at this game now, and I can win that.
You're on controller, too.
Yay, man. 15 times champ, what can I say? Anyways, weird flex, but okay.
Yeah.
Ace is now off the board, which means you're going to have to pivot onto the back heel and grab that Habana with those X-Kairos, which means you guys can kind of get creative because you can detonate them all at once. But it looks like that's not what Perseus is going to do. He's just going to stick to the default, open up catering first, and then rotate on over to admin. But while these teams continue to line up their plays, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen an Amaru rush from F5 because honestly, that's the only thing they haven't done. Would have been hilarious.
Okay. No, I was just reading, off topic, I was just reading Half Piece server and I saw Goose misspell Jester. I'm sorry. He's not watching the stream, so I don't feel bad, but like, alright, so I kind of like how the Goyo is being played here. This is like to stop delay an admin overtake.
Oh, come on!
But now you can really clear out that vending player, and it looks like they have with the Capital boats and a cutoff angle from fire.
Yeah, but they cleared him out. They could have gotten a kill. Call him. Call a teammate to watch the cross while you use those flame bolts, because while you switch from that utility, it was so easy for Jared to rotate out, and now there's another man holding off Spiral, and that's going to delay your ability to either advance or get picked off one by one, and Stealth is going to be the prime example of that. An easy swing around to Yellow allows him to shoot that person as he tries to hop into Spiral, leaving one man as Fire looks to isolate his ones. His position isn't to get kills, but to just hold these defenders off from either flanking or getting too aggressive off that long desk, while Sens holds the longer angle into that hall, and then Capital and Perseus try to execute towards that site. The only problem towards that is you guys don't have a man advantage. You're actually looking down the barrel of it, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Fire and Cheek team up to take care of two players, and F5 look like they've gotten that green light system. With one player just camped out in catering, and Jagarku pinned out on holding this man off of Spiral, it looks to be an F5 dominated round after this timeout, which is huge for how they've been playing in the last couple of rounds.
And they're going to be able to get the plant down. Really key control gathered over by long desk. That means that you cannot deny the plant from going down here. And it puts Jagorku in a very terrible spot. I mean, how are you going to retake this with no Nitro Cell and you just being the Warden?
No C4, low health as well here. And with this clock running down, you have to be able to take into account the counter defuse time. And honestly, it's just all of the odds stacked up against him. All of the attackers are at full health, ready to get their chunk of the pie. And he's picked off oh so easily. And finally, F5 get themselves on the board after 5 rounds.
It's really nice to see that F5 Esports were finally able to deal with the vending player after struggling to do that in the very first round. I mean, granted, it took a lot more than it really needed to, but they dealt with them eventually. Then they were able to turn their attention over to long desk, and once they got the long desk player by isolating him between the vending position that they gained plus spiral, Malusi had nowhere to go. I thought eventually, like usually what I see from people in that spot specifically behind the long desk is they just back off to secretary to keep a man advantage, but he stayed there to play a death spot and he died quite easily while also giving control up too.
He spelled it J-E-S-T-E-R.
I think he got autocorrect. I was like, wait. I was reading that. I was like, at first I thought that was right, and then somebody made fun of it. I was like, wait, that's wrong. Like,
that's the best thing I've seen all day. I mean, God, I can only imagine what the viewers just think of us. We're just laughing like idiots. But holy, that's the best thing I've seen all day. That's getting screenshotted. That was almost worse than that TK on top spiral, you know? That was almost worse. It wasn't, but it almost was. But as F5 have now won a round, they're going to be attacking that same site here, but it looks like they're going to switch things up by trying to apply pressure from the B chassis and try to burn out that utility first before confirming and dedicating themselves to one push.
Okay, so this is a more typical lineup. The fact that for second floor, they're ditching the Azami. They don't have the Malusi anymore. They do have like double projectile denial. So they have the Warden and the Mina lineup plus double plant denial, but also delay utility in the smoke and the Goyo. So that's crazy that they've doubled up on both.
Looks like the initial play here is just, clear everybody out from below, make sure there's no pulse, which, thank God, we've seen too much damn pulse play. And then from there, have Perseus execute on that. And by burning that first Goyo and baiting out these attackers to use off these gas canisters, NuTorious is losing their overall grasp on the site in terms of utility here. And by fragging out this desk, you guys are clearing essentially everything you need to be able to go for the execute.
Yeah, they've cleared down below. They've also cleared behind the desk. The only concern I have is if somebody's playing a little bit deeper into the site, because once that player swings in, you can hold an angle further back. And they also have a flank down below. This is really good.
With those track stingers set up, though, I mean, even if he takes care of one player down here, his position's given up, and then you have to deal with all of those prickly and bracks. I mean, that was a mouthful to say, but as they look to get onto the site here, you guys have managed to burn 2 toxic babes. Those plant denials are starting to get taken care of. I mean, you guys are losing that utility, but Ice Cold gets a big pick onto that Deimos. He would have been crucial to having either verticality or live pings on that player that you just want to take care of here. And as they continue to establish their pressure onto these attackers, F5, you need to go back to the drawing board and find a pick here because you're being starved out for time. And as Ice Cold goes down, it'll be very hard to pick him up without risking that ability to deny that plant here. And as it's an easy plant for Perseus, you have Fire watching the cross, one finish off onto Ice Cold, and his gun onto Jero, and now Warden has no opportunity other than to isolate below here. But as Perseus finds a double of his own, it's just Jagarku left by his lonesome to clear out 3 players, and it is absolute disaster for NuTorious here as F5 are finally looking alive.
It's a really big win for F5. They get 1 round closer to getting into OT, and that was a really good round. I like the step-by-step process they went by when it came to dealing with that execute. It was, okay, we go down below, and it's not like, oh, we're clearing the below player, but we're also establishing vertical angles to remove power spots that are commonly used to deny the plant on the window. And I really like that. They also wasted a ton of utility. They wasted all 3 smoke canisters, and they caused the first Goyo to be popped from their initial pressure down below when they popped it themselves too. So it was really well played. as well. It didn't really seem like F5 Esports had a lot of issues with establishing the vert control and even retaining it once they were being pressured by the only player from NuTorious who was willing to do so.
I hope NuTorious are able to, close it out in regulation before it becomes a problem because, we were talking in the beginning about praising F5 for their abilities to come out the gate swinging and the NuTorious' ability to come back despite losing those 2 rounds here. And it looks like they're getting a little too comfortable with that lead. You guys have made 2 big mistakes on rounds that allow NuTorious to get put on a back heel. And F5 are now feeling more comfortable on their opponent's turf. And if that continues, then we're going to overtime.
Looks like they're going for a server rush by opening up the wall that in the room that Kaid was in, and that's I mean that's a crazy angle to hold. If you've been droned, I would just leave. I think he was trying to trick it, but just go, just leave. You've been droned.
Ice Ball approaching the flank, but his toes are located through that drone hole, and he's given a second chance at life after he hears the first shots. He is just gonna get out of dodge, and now good. I don't know how he was rezzed, but he's able to go up and put his hands where they do not need to be. What just happened? Stealth and Z-Man take care of 2 of them, and the Monty's taken care of as well, and Jero takes the position of his late teammate here, and as they take their time to advance on to server, this is a very disastrous round for F5 as they lose that Monty, and the time is just ticking, ticking, ticking.
I also still have Jugurku playing upstairs. I don't think they're going to expect him on first floor.
I wouldn't either. I really wouldn't, and that is the biggest problem that we are seeing here with F5. You guys have not cleared the fundamentals. Both teams really have been struggling with the roam clear, and it speaks to the grand final aspect of things. Yes, you're given multiple opportunities to prove yourself, but Fire, just dancing outside the breach here is going to give away his position via audio, and while the rest of F5 tries to work the verticality, they're going to have a problem to deal with, and it's just that one man lurking in the closet, and he's waiting for somebody else to come in from upstairs here, but it's going to be too late. Jero's going to take care of Z-Man, and with one player just parked out on the site, the rest can go crazy, either from construction to hold them in from server, and while Jagarku is given that easy roam, he has Nomad completely unaware of where he is. He'll get the easy kill onto Stealth here, and it looks like Chaka, the first map is going to go to the players in the team who honestly won it. Jogarku wins his next gunfight, and now you can see why he's the SMG-12 king, as he is shut out by Cheeg. It is now a 1v2 with less than a minute left on the board. The breach is closed, and Cheeg on less than 100 HP.
It also has the fuser in his hands, but it seems like they know exactly where he's coming from, and it looks like they're holding crossfires on this exact position.
It's disastrous here for F5. I mean, you guys were gifted the ability to be able to lock out the first map, but you gave up the easy lead, and that's going to lead to the end of you guys on Consulate, which means you're going to have to bring the heat on Nighthaven Labs. But for Consulate, the players who picked it are going to grab the win here, and what a first map to start us off on the day.
Surprising first map gotten. Jesus, won by Team NuTorious, even though it was their own map pick, to be fair to them. So hopefully with F5 Esports going into Labs, which from what I see, it's a map that they've played quite a bit, maybe more comfortable on than Consulate, although they played Consulate 4 times and Labs 6 times compared. So I mean, probably should have been a little bit more comfortable on it, but it's totally fine. I mean, they just struggled. Especially in their first 3 attacks, when it came to clearing out power positions. It wasn't just like roam clears, it was like power positions and dealing with the flanks a couple of times too. Like they just kept getting flanked so many times.
Yeah, both teams really, but I mean, hopefully that changes by that second map. Hopefully the bans are a little better. You guys have understood how to play against each other, especially by the second map. I would sure hope so. You guys are in the grand finals for a reason. But, reading the chat, he says, shout out Otani, we go to map 2. Ice Cold, we want it all. Up the Jays. I never want to see that in my chat again. But, I mean, Jagarku just overheated with the SMG-12. He just went crazy. And from there, we have NuTorious as your first map winners as they win their own, and they're going to have to head on to their opponent's turf, which is going to be Nighthaven Labs. So after this short break, we'll bring you NHL, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stretch your legs out, drop a follow, grab a snack, and we'll be back soon. ladies and gentlemen, after an interesting first map, the teams kind of threw things at a scale. It was one after the other, but eventually it led to NuTorious pulling on ahead and bringing it home. Chaka, how are you feeling so far about it?
I'm pretty excited. I originally thought that maybe F5 would have been the one to like start the series off hot, and they certainly started off consulate really well. It was like 2-0, so it wasn't like the best, but it was still like good enough on their defenses where they looked quite convincing. And after a really bad attacking start from them, once NuTorious tied the game up 3-3 to go onto their defenses, they kind of just looked a little bit absent. They looked second fiddle to NuTorious, a team that, again, I came into today expecting them to win, considering the fact that F5 had played a ton of different tournaments, including qualifying for Element 6.
Now, I mean, I wanted to show you guys like the little round history thing, but apparently, you know, OBS just hates us today. It's been a long day, but I mean, both teams have something to prove. Can NuTorious close it out in 3-1 like they haven't been able to do it before? And can F5 break their bad streak against NuTorious? I'm excited to see it, and I mean, it's really just dependent on how they decide to show us what they have for this second map. I mean, we could just see something identical to the first, where the opposing team away on their turf loses their first 2 rounds, and then they make a great comeback and win it over in regulation. Or we can see complete domination and allow NuTorious's momentum to carry on between map and take it home. But we have to consider one team only has a coach here, and I really hope that this little of a long break has served to their ability to reset, think about what can go right, what can go wrong, and how they approach that drawing board next up.
Yeah, F5 go into their on map pick of labs, and from what I've seen of it, they have like a pretty comfortable history on labs. They've between the start of October to like now, so we're taking into account Element 6 qualifiers, 2 of their playoff games in NEUROSTRIKE League, along with them playing all 3 of their Element 6 Swiss stage games, the Spoit Contender Series, Open qualifiers as well. No, wait, not the closed qualifiers, but the Open qualifiers. They've played labs 6 times, and they've won it 4 out of 2 times. So they have a pretty good history on this map, and I think actually I'm trying to look at like who specifically they beat on this map. Okay, they beat Model 1 Academy. They did not beat Far First. I'm looking. Oh yeah, they took Freaky Frogs in there, and some of their earlier attacks against Freaky Frogs looked quite promising too. I think they had like a 2-0 or 3-0 lead to start that game off, and they made it quite close to regulation. So clearly, like Labs is comfortable for F5.
I really hope that they can show us a good map here. If we go that full mile to that 5th map, Chuck, I mean, I'm gonna realistically, not speaking as a caster, I'm gonna be livid. As a caster, that's the game we want to see. We want to see the teams challenging each other, and we want to see them have to go to a map that is not anyone's. It's a decider. It's neutrally picked, and I want to see how either team's going to try to approach that.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I mean, I just want to see how either team challenges each other. You know, if we go to Skyscraper, then we get to see each team challenged both in the endurance department and in the frags and how we play the game, because Skyscraper is not anyone's map here, and it's a hated map by a lot of people. I mean, I just want to see that happen. And luckily for us, there's no infinite overtime in any of these games, so it only ends out with max 15 rounds.
Yeah, infinite overtime is both a cursing the blessing, especially in best of 5s. I don't mind, but I don't mind infinite OT, especially like when you have games, for example, like I'm trying to think of like some OG games that happen in infinite OT. Oh yeah, Empire versus G2, when Empire was like first starting out in Pro League and they looked like the best team in the world. That had like Karjek Shepherd, Joystick at his prime. This was before Dan joined, so they had like, it wasn't Scyther, it was somebody else. Either way, like you have some really good games in Infinite OT, but sometimes they can be really difficult to cast.
I mean, all I have to say is shout out Stan for infinite overtime, because I think it was you and I when we casted that near 27 rounder between CLB and Core, which is now Alix. That was a crazy game, and I mean, I swore at Stan on a hot mic. It was a great time, because why are we doing infinite overtime in a BO5? But luckily for us, it ended off in 3 maps.
Ooh.
But Stealth falling off of that little ledge literally just saved his life. Would have had his head taken off clean from the shoulders, and now they're allowed an easy reset. And as they look to clear out good, he is taking the easy time, the easy routes to be able to play their time here. But you know what's refreshing? There's somebody playing verticality for the defender, and the attackers are also looking for that roamer. A beautiful shot from Z-Man allows that control from the Aura, and now having that buck come in from below, you can play verticality, but Ice Cold says no. One of the most crucial operators for this play. Say goodbye to first and second most crucial, because now you've lost your Monty, now you've lost your Soft Breacher, and the Aura is an empty pick without these players, and it is now an issue. Come on, old man.
That's crazy. Preset Vert as well to deal with the only soft breach operator, and they had the Aurora to like escort him down below so that he can effectively clear power spots like close to electrical door, on the server pillar as well. And Ice Cold just turns his back. He doesn't hear the Habano walking at him, so he dies almost immediately as soon as he tries to clear or re-clear electrical.
This is a really interesting play. I mean, you see teams bring the can openers instead of just a Habana, because you're not getting the most out of these breaches. You can't crouch, you can't jump through them. It just looks interesting, and as Stealth is continuing to try to preserve the X-Kairos, he's going to continue to give away his position when he detonates 2 pellets each. So he's been able to get an easy kill onto Ice Cold, but it's still a problem when you guys are down a body. C4s are in possession of NuTorious, and they have less than a minute to sit out in a corner and take your time. But Z-Man wins his gunfight, but Jagarku gets it right back in blood by getting an easy revenge kill, evening it out temporarily before it goes to a 1v2, and now it is yet again F5 in the one-man deficit.
Yeah, I think Habana's just been brought to like try and do that Habana trick that you commonly see, especially like on labs. And I wonder, I've seen them do it on other maps as well, but labs is very popular with Habana tricking, and I'm not too sure why. I may have to ask somebody about that at some point, but it's a 1v2. Z-Man is just going to rush into a crossfire here.
Shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. 3 attempts before the last one finally connects here. An easy round, as it might be a NuTorious dominated first, but, I mean, what an interesting first game. I mean, our first round, it's interesting. I mean, we bring the Habana, no can openers, and then from there we struggle to keep our possession of the refrags and anything in general. I mean, it's a disaster, but as of now, we're getting word that there is a rehost due to some technical difficulties from the Observer and some of the players in-game. So I know you guys have been waiting. I really apologize. Please forgive us. But I'd like to give a main shout-out to our main sponsors for the day, HMC and GameSir. It wouldn't be possible without them to be able to do all of this for the leagues in R6, and Blacklight for being a common affiliate with us. But while we wait for these guys to get it back on the road, we will, be back after a short break. Guys, we're back! Yay! I mean, it only took 2 rehosts, an observer crash, and, Nighthaven Labs, but if you're just joining us here, we are on the second map out of a best-of-5 series here for the NEUROSTRIKE Grand Final. It was NuTorious to come back from a deficit to win against F5 on their home turf, 7-5, and now we're on their second, which is F5's pick here, and Nighthaven Basement seems to be the venue.
Yep, and mentioned earlier before the stream went live the fact that we like looking at the bans and then looking at how that last round panned out with the Habana trying to trick the wall outside. You look at the bans, Ace and Thermite banned, and then it's like Kaid and Tubarao. On a map where hard breach is essential, your first question should be, okay, how do we want to breach the wall? So I think trying to Habana trick on this map when you have Mav open against Bandit and Mute is just kind of like insane to me. And Tubarao is no longer here, so he can't counter the Maverick.
Seeing both teams go in with some interesting plays here. First round was very nice to see how both teams went for that verticality aspect and then from their mistakes on Consulate, but focusing more on this round, we'll see Iceball fall first on that Aruni gate. She has been very, very commonly first picked, huh? I mean, we've seen her fall twice, first on Consulate and now once on Nighthaven. It's going to become an issue here, but F5 now just taking their sweet old time to establish Swiss cheese on the main breach and the rest of the players going in through that kitchen exo side.
So the main point of Z-Man's position just outside of the assembly wall is to establish cutoffs so that eventually when F5 do go down to Exosuit, and hopefully they will get control of it, you have these cutoffs for when Team NuTorious will try and like rotate in front of the site. And that assembly wall is just really, really powerful. Though they do clear most of the room through this verticality, F5 Esports do, there is still a presence up top. He doesn't know.
Oh my god, I mean, that's the big pressure of not having that Deimos on the board. You've now lost your active verticality and that player who will help with the roam clearing. Now, a C4 nearly takes Cheek's life, but he'll live to see and tell the tale. But in the meantime, Z-Man gets one, gets the second, and now he's starting to tear it on up from the Swiss cheese holes, catching 2 players off guard as they cross in from the connectors. It'll be a game of ring around the rosy. One player has a bulletproof mirror, and the other one just has a bunch of holes that he can try to manipulate to his liking. Now, a beautiful effort from Z-Man has managed to be able to get his team in a one-man position advantage, and everybody else is back to site here. But with Castle coming up, and he's going to continue to rotate with the amount of map control that he has between his castle barricades and the ability to just sit in a corner, it doesn't really matter. Good. It's just going to sit in the corner, get an easy kill, because you got to check the corners. He's going to punish you for not doing so. The flash connects, but only temporarily. The second shotgun shot does connect, but not enough to put him in critical position. And now Perseus has more than enough HP to advance onto the site, and they're going to retrieve that case and just hit that green light yet again as Jero's just above.
Yeah, and this was a really good reposition from Jero. He not only wastes time for F5 Esports as they try to transition into an exo clear, but now he has full vert in his control.
Now Perseus looking to stick out the plant here with verticality being established. It's a big problem, but it works in the favor of F5 that he's planting behind pillar. But Z-Man, if he's planting behind pillar, why would you be holding that cross? Perseus now left in a 1v1 situation. Both players equally have enough health taken off of them, but it's an advantage for Perseus. It's a better secondary and a DMR at that long range here. All you have to do is just run ring around the rosy until this clock runs out. You just have to get below 7 seconds here, but it doesn't matter because that SMG-12 is good enough. A beautiful shot to shut him out here. And finally, F5 get themselves on the board.
It was a really good off-plant spot as well from not Team Nut, but from F5 Esports, not planning in front of the verticality, recognizing that there's potentially still a presence up top in storage most likely. And they were correct. The castle was still in storage, watching the vertical, hoping to deny an easy plant. But instead, F5 Esports, Perseus just repositions to the pillar in tank room where there was no verticality prepped from neither Team Nut or F5 Esports. So really well played there from F5 Esports, especially in a clutch where we saw Perseus reposition from pillar after planting the kit and putting himself in an off spot to catch Jero off guard.
Taking their sweet old time here as they establish that basement hold yet again. I mean, has been quite interesting from either side. I mean, one team's prioritizing banning all the hard breachers, and the other is trying to ban all of the wall denies. It kind of sets out an interesting precedent on how you're going to be able to approach the site here, but it also leaves open those operators that also are broken for either side. Mira for the defenders, and on the attacking side, you have a Deimos and all of the shield operators here, but it looks like each team being able to pick up a body each, and Fire getting the opening kill with a shotgun on the attacking side is quite interesting for the opening seconds of the round.
Yeah, and I mean, I have no idea how, if he was just on the other side of the wall trying to reinforce and he just got smoked by the Deimos, but that was one of their main roamers last round who was able to get behind F5 Esports so many times. Now he's gone, and so I wonder how Team Nut are going to react off of it, and it seems like they're just going to retreat down below.
I mean, being on the defensive side of Nighthaven, yeah, it is essential that you do roam, you do get your kills, and you do waste off the clock, but I mean, it's more noble if you pull off after suffering an easy casualty to the areas you're safe, whether that's soft roaming or heavy roaming. You just need to keep these attackers guessing, and in the meantime, if you manage to get a kill, then good for you. If you don't, you've wasted off the time, and you force F5 to either act off of no intel or get their hands dirty without the supporting utility that they need to execute upon here, and we approach the 90th second, and they're doing that perfectly by just running this clock out.
Verticality, though, is in favor of F5 Esports, and they have info through these demo scans. Ice has just been completely lit up from the vertical because he was scanned through the floor. And besides that, like, we haven't really seen any other opener. F5 Esports are still afraid of there being a potential flanker upstairs even. So I wonder how much time this is going to take them to realize that they have full top floor control, and also, like, how long it's going to take them to execute.
Concerning that they haven't brought that Ram, even though she's unbanned here. Yes, Sledge does the job, but you also put him at a higher risk here. Luckily for you, 1C4 has been burned, and the person that has one is just sitting in assembly. Now, as they look to circle this site, it'll be the same setup here for Z-Man as he looks to go for that easy Swiss cheese strat. As he melees off these Kibas, he looks to establish an easy hold onto the player that's holding him, but Good is really trying to be able to counter him. C4 used out here, but it's easily retrievable, and it's going to strike some fear into Z-Man's heart. Second attempt, missed it again. It's an easy shot, and now say goodbye to all of the C4s here, as now it's easy for the attackers to play verticality. That's exactly what Fire is going to do. Picks up one easy kill here, and using that less death mark. If he tags up Ice Ball just once, Chaka, he's going to build up that lead. The clock continuously just running down here, and it's starting to become a problem for Team NuTorious, but Jagarku has something to say about that. He'll get one on the verticality, looks to continue to strike here as he's popped out that Mira, but he's hit from the depths of Animus, and now it's all systems go as now the two players advance on. Cheek shuts out 1 and 2. Ice Cold gets a refrag in the meantime, but still that plant's going down. The cross is being held from assembly, from that connector, and with this clock running out, it's just going to be, can we hold this man in the connector? Ice Cold getting the first, looking to just get his aggression onto that case to force off that full strength, because you don't want that res being pulled off here. Temporarily, a 1v1, but that res is pulled off, meaning F5 back to full strength, and as the clock continues to run out, Team NuTorious look like they're going to lose this lead as that plant is still down. It's just guard it, and that's exactly what they're going to continue to do, but Ice Cold still has something to say about that. One player is going to be shut out, but guess what? He was the one on 20 HP, meaning they're still up to full strength, and it looks almost impossible for them to be able to win this.
It's a very good win as well from F5 Esports. They get their second round win here on the attacking side of Labs, which is always really good that you built like an early lead on the attack of these types of maps. It's not just consulate. Labs is also a defender side of the map as well. And really that all started with them getting vertical control. Like, yeah, they spent maybe way too much time on vertical, and so it caused the clock to be ran down because they weren't really finding any convincing picks. But the space that they made because they had vertical control was really good as well. I mean, it didn't really help them like clear like tank all that much, but they had to power through and go for picks, knowing that they just can't get a plant down on default, because one swing from Team Nut on that default plant spot towards Animus and the round's over. There's really any way to win that round if they plant default going in from Animus. So they just go for kills in the last couple of seconds, which was the right idea. They just needed to be a little bit more aggressive and fight for that pillar control, which was really nice to see.
I hope that we can see some passion of NuTorious here to deny that attack from F5, because it is, I personally think it's a defensive-sided map, and I mean, it's evident. You're able to use so many different operators regardless of the bans here. I mean, you lose all of the wall denies, great. We'll use Mira and Azami to keep things locked down and pick you off one by one. You ban the Azami, great. We still have Mira on the board. There's so many things you can do on the defensive to make yourselves different. And with NuTorious, I mean, I'm going to say the same thing I said for Consulate. You're playing on your opponent's turf. You just need to either get 3 or a 4-2 split. As long as your rounds are higher than 1, then you have a comeback viable. But as we saw, Chaka, from F5, even getting 2 rounds is not enough on your opponent's turf.
No, it isn't. And it was like a poor attacking half from F5 Esports that eventually lost them Consulate. So to see them start off pretty well here on Labs to get like the needed 2 rounds was also really well played. And I like that too. So Fuse Charge on the main IT breach, that clears a lot of this utility on the wall. The mute jammer, the bandit batteries. I don't know if there was a mute jammer on the wall, but because you have bandit batteries, I'm assuming not. So they clear a bunch of utility. That means they get the wall open for a definite, and that creates a really nice long angle onto the Raptors position that is a zombie-less because she's been banned by F5 Esports.
Identical to that play on Garage, that little Garage up and down, but good, man. Come on. Sticking to his namesake, you say goodnight, but not in your favor, as an easy headshot takes care of Mira's helmet and her head, as that is a man advantage to F5 yet again for the first time here, and it allows them to take so much real estate as Chig just walks up, as you mentioned before, no Azami, and with these 2 breaches opened up, they can establish a pinch and some phantom pressure onto Rafters. Perseus with a fadeaway as he takes Ice Cold's head off. I mean, you still have the clash in some form of intel, but with him just tearing through your whole team, it starts to become a problem, because a 3-man advantage has been established and you finally got in that refrag, but after what? The pressure has already been put on to Rafters. They've managed to wrap around here, and it is just an F5 dominated round, as all of these refrags mean nothing.
Really nice end of the round as well from F5 Esports. They did a very good job of playing with the utility game there. That was also kind of like a big, it's kind of like a small thing that we mentioned on Consulate, was the fact that like, oh, utility also was like, they couldn't really clear power positions because it felt like sometimes the utility play wasn't really there for F5 Esports. That time they did it really well for IT wall. They kind of just did like the simple stuff right, which was use the fuse charges on the IT wall, get the IT breach open. That's step 1. Step 2, get Raptors control, and then you destroy the mirror on top Raptors. Step 3, have somebody push in from top blue at the same time. And Team NuTorious tried to be very disruptive on a push. Goodnight tried to swing onto the IT breach. He gets picked off. A second player also tries to swing the IT player, because I feel like once you lose like your IT player on the attack, that kind of puts your Raptors control, or your Raptors attack at a jeopardy, because at any moment somebody from the defense could just swing off IT door. But luckily nobody from Team NuTorious was able to be like individually successful in that round on their IT aggression.
I do want to see if we actually got that back though, because I know we have replays, I just don't know how well they work, but I want to see if we caught that aggression, because I know for a fact, yeah, Perseus just walks in here. He's able to establish so much possession, tear through it, burn that intel, and it forces Clash off, and then you see Iceball try to get aggressive there, and it just doesn't work out. Yeah.
But you also get like a really nice cutoff from IT onto like between IT and server, so that kind of like cuts off that whole crossfire that's created on second floor, which is really powerful on this site.
I really hope that they go back to the drawing board and try something different, because Perseus fadeaway on the AK-12. I mean, you'd have thought it was on Ace, but no, he's on Fuse and he's tearing it up. And with just 40 seconds into the round, we can say that Goodnight is not going to swing out with Mira, preserve his C4's body and the pressure that he keeps onto the site.
Brought the Habana again, and it seems like they've gotten open the IT breach, so I wonder if they did Habana tricked it properly. Either way, it seems like they are just going to pressure off this Raptors position. Fires be damned, and I mean, he's being pushed into it.
That is a beautiful play. I mean, you use your melees, you don't get too exposed, you manage to conserve all of your health, and that might be one of the best plays we've seen here today, but Ice Cold is able to put it back in blood, get one, almost loses his life here, but you know who will? Cheek through a C4, and the man advantage finally established for Team NuTorious as it all crumbles down for F5 after what I thought was a very good opener.
Yeah, and that was the IT aggression that I was talking about, how important that can be in shutting it down. F5 were not able to shut it down, so I mean, you're able to swing onto the Raptors player, which we saw Ice Cold do.
God.
And Wildfire does get a kill back, he does get traded out almost immediately.
Z-Man gets that easy shot into Pillar, but with these two players stacked up, why would you back off? You had the pressure established here. Now you've allowed Iceball to move out with that shotgun. Now if you swing into his crosshairs, an easy slug or an easy shot to your face kind of confirms you as dead here. And it's going to be an easy 3-2-1 spring because you've allowed them to split themselves up and divvy that pressure, and now you're going to have to get lucky and hope to God that that shot is missed because there's a two-way cross being held. There's a shotgun in the close range and a C4. So plant isn't viable, long range isn't viable, but you'll shut out the first, but that prone luckily gets him in the last second, and NuTorious are now looking alive.
Yeah, I think the Team NuTorious just got like more like they got aggressive at the right times. I think they got aggressive at the right times around number 4 as well when they were trying to push that IT breach. Maybe slightly early timing on Goodnight's part, but in that last round they got aggressive at like the right time because at that point F5 were taking Raptors control, so you have to contest the IT room, and they were able to get away with 2 picks. I think it was it Jagorku? I think it was Jagorku. Jagorku got away with 2 picks in IT, which completely shut down that whole push from F5 Esports, whose only map control they were able to gather was Raptors control. So really well done this time from Team NuTorious to be able to win their gunfights in IT and just retake that control away from F5.
I hope for the sake of either team that we don't see another Shield Wars, because that was the funniest and the worst thing that I've seen, I think, this entire week. Can't just be, you know, smacking it out here and hoping for the best, but we have to see what either team brings to the post-half switch. Being challenged on the opposing side and, you know, approaching both halves with either a 3-3 split or a 4-2 split, because we saw a 3-3 on constant and we're approaching the 3-3 now. It really shows how it's really balanced before that switch. But I really hope that we can see it remain close, because it was always going to be a NuTorious dominated second half if we base it off of their consulate head-to-heads in the previous past.
Solus again makes another appearance as well.
Look at the attacking roster.
Oh
my God.
What the hell?
It looks like they got the green light to just put their foot on the gas. Cheek, easy melee, forces Jagorku into a horrible spot. Iceball now located as well. Looks he's going to go to link up with Jero, but Blitz is already on the site here. But Ice Cold comes to the rescue and takes care of Cheek. Say goodbye to one of your shield ops. Second one still on the board here. And with one man already looking to approach site here, you have Cargo fully established, but these attackers are going to get picked off one by one because verticality is in the favor of NuTorious. And it's going to be a rush failed as they're picked off one by one. Good with 2. Jared ended off. And what the hell did we just witness?
Yeah, it was a rush down cargo stairs. I didn't get a good look at the lineup initially. I know that, that at the end, their lineup was Monty, Blitz. I saw Sins there, Ram, I think, and then Sophia. That was like the full 5-man lineup. And besides like the Blitz getting in to like cargo, I didn't really see any other like the operators be used to like their fullest extent. Like I wonder if like maybe Sins was like supposed to drop Animus or something. Maybe throw Sins gadgetry from like Animus to like cut off maybe the assembly players. I'm not too sure what the whole role there was for F5 Esports. But yeah, they just rushed down cargo, and as you saw, they just got dealt with from NuTorious. They got like anacondaed effectively in just that one room because players just kept brushing into cargo, trying to trade the other one out after everybody just kept dying.
And it really, and I'm going to say really a couple more times until I get bored, but it really goes to show how rushes are a very, see what I did there? Hit or miss. I mean, come on. You had the opportunity to get a 4-2 split and switch onto your preferred side, and yet threw it away for a rush. Now, essentially it worked because you managed to get first blood here, but there's no substance. You left the hatch opened, and that was easy because you didn't clear the roamers, and they punished you for that. And a 3-3 split for the second time is really going to challenge the home turf holders.
It's going to be F5 switching over to their defense. And the bans are a little bit different here. Mav is banned instead of Thermite. We saw when F5 were on their attack, Team NuTorious decided to ban out Ace and Therm. And it's Kaid and Bandit both banned as well. So that leaves Tuberau up, which is a direct counter to Maverick and how he plays. But with Kaid and Bandit both gone, I say you should have no issues opening up the wall, but you will be slowed down because the Tuberau has no counter to it now.
Now, these guys only have the opportunity to prove it here and now. You have the max OT, yes, but I mean, if the prophecy fulfills itself, we're going to see an F5 dominated second half here. And with a defensive-sided home turf pick, you only have to think that it is true. You're given the Mira, the Tabaro, mixed up with the Azami. You really have to wonder, NuTorious banning the wall denies, if it was a good idea or not, because they're able to use the Mira and trick it off here. Easily keeping NuTorious's exothermics off of that wall.
Oh, right. Actually, Mav is a direct counter to Tuberau. I knew that, but like I keep thinking like for some reason Tuberau can slow down Mav. I don't think that's possible anymore. I think they changed it a while ago. But that's a really nice first pick from Fire. He opens up the mirror window in IT breach, which means that if F5 get in a good enough spot, they can nitro the mirror window and deny any additional hard breaches on IT. And actually, they don't have any hard breaches anymore, you know? So they can't open up IT.
Yeah, no can openers, nothing. There's no substance, there's no utility, and having to deal with a regenerative ability from the Azami, you have to deal with 3 C4s. It's just literally going to be funnel in from one focal point and call it a day here, whether it's electrical, whether it's waterfall or rafters. It is all going to be disastrous because the defenders know this. I'm going to assume that there's intel on the operator, so they know exactly what they have to expect here, and with that parked out lifestyle, I mean, it's a little bit of a football term, but when you park the bus as the defender, there's really nothing to do here but except, you know, run out that timer because these attackers have nothing to do but swing.
Yeah, you might even have like somebody go onto waterfall, so hopefully somebody is watching it, and they are. Chegg just smokes Ice Ball as he tries to get water control. So now effectively you're super one-dimensional on the Raptor side of the map.
We thought he was going to find a gap on that Aqua side. A good shot from Good, an easy one-tap. Gets 1 and 2, but Chegg is just there to get it back in blood yet again. His second of the round, and Jagarku and Jero are left by their lonesome on rafters looking to find something here. Now, that laser gives away the position of the man that sits parked out in the corner here, but nobody's seeming to react to said laser. 2 people sitting out near a pillar, and just Chegg to go insane. That's 2 one-taps. The C4. No connection here, but with 4 players asking questions, you're eventually going to fall to one of them, and it's Perseus. As F5 show us why the defensive is their own on this map, and that's the lead established by them after that deadlock half.
Yeah, and it was a really nice defensive round from F5 Esports. They started off the round well by killing the Thermite, as I believe, if you have a replay of that, that would be nice, because I actually didn't catch how he died. I just saw that somebody died, to be fair.
I can't say I do, but if we're talking about the last person, he just swung, looked at the rafters, and 2 people swung off of the first death.
That's not, no, I was talking about the Thermite. I don't know if he was like upside down rappel.
Oh no, he literally just crouched right under the Mira. He tried to crouch under the Mira. It was popped, and Mira endlessly sprayed into it. It was an easy kill. Yeah.
Okay, well, that sucks. Well, because usually how people try and like Thermite the IT breach is sometimes they'll just like, they'll either put it in like the upper right corner or the upper left corner to, well, have a better position to like, to better escape from the nitro cell if it does come out. Or they just sometimes put it on the corner so they can have a better way of escaping. But that means then you have to vault into IT. Either way, just because they lost their only form of hard breach, and I believe they probably used the can openers on the plant wall instead. They can't get IT breach open. That effectively made their push super one-dimensional. They could only take Raptors control. And they also couldn't get water control when they attempted to, because I mean that was just really well read from F5 Esports, just super well relayed to them. They just knew. Obviously, you had to know.
I hope it looks up for NuTorious from here, because, you know, placing an exothermic right next to a mirror that can be popped at any second is just not the best of critical thinking. But stealth, bad whiff. I mean, it was only a couple of bullets, but you needed that kill very badly, especially a first pick onto the players that are backing up that Monty would have been huge to your play here. But Perseus doesn't miss, though. It's an easy 2-bullet shot. Gets Ice Ball and puts him in the grave here, as that's the soft destruction gone. And we're just a minute in, and yet again, NuTorious are looking down the barrel of a man deficit.
So yeah, it's the only soft breach here for Team NuTorious. And really, besides the impacts, I don't think you want to use the hard breach charges for this. Besides that, like, you have like no form of hard breach to make.
Hello?
And so now they're gonna have to try and roam, like clear the roam up top. But like Jagorku doesn't get that kill, and you still have a player in storage. Oh my god, this is like really bad.
Disastrous. I mean, Stealth didn't even seem to know that there's somebody watching him, and he still manages to get away safely. Now, a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Who can hit the one tap first, as they continue to just use the doors to their advantage here, taking damage from that verticality, while the rest of them continue to try to keep these attackers held at bay on the vertical aspect. But you don't have a flank watcher. You're going to have to manually assign players to continue to hold them out here. But you guys haven't droned out. You haven't used any intel. So Perseus is going to take advantage of that. His second of the round, while Monty still is going to get the green light to push down Cargo. But there's two positions established. One sitting close and the other one sitting close on you. And that's going to be the easy C4 to down the Monty. Fire gets refragged, but it's an easy finish to take care of good, and it's now just an F5 dominated round, because there's still roamers to worry about. Just below a minute, Z-Man doubles down by taking care of Ice Cold, and it's Jero with defenders above, below, and they're all circling, waiting to get their chunk.
This is just really tough. You have somebody flanking up above, as well as shooting him through the vertical, and that is for F5 Esports another round confirmed, and then being one round away from putting themselves on match point. And it was a pretty good roam from F5 Esports, all things considered, but I noticed as well from Team NuTorious, their drone count was like they only had 3 drones by the time that round in, and they just seemed completely lost on how they wanted to interact with that roam. Like, players are still, like, you have a guy in garage, and at that point I thought somebody was in storage to help clear the guy in forklift hall. No, that wasn't the case. Somebody's still in storage. They haven't fully cleared off the roam, and because they lost that buck earlier on, they can't use the vertical against this F5 Esports defense that is still extended around the first floor. They also didn't bring a ram neither, like they're doing in this round too. So no real insurance to ensure that they can get some soft breach down to better deal with that roam.
With the way it's looking, I mean, we're seeing teams make big mistakes on each other's maps, and I mean, yeah, I mean, you're probably thinking, yes, you know, well, no shit, but that means we're going to go to the 5th map. I feel the sense tingling inside that we're going to the 5th map, because it is literally the same exact narrative, but with the sides flipping depending on whose home turf it is. And it's Team NuTorious to continue to make mistakes that shouldn't be made on Nighthaven. Yes, it is F5's pick, but the map is so well established. It's a map that is known, and while you guys get the benefit of the doubt of not having a coach, it still just shows how you guys are playing right into the hands of a team who's picked out the map and knows exactly how you play.
Yeah, Laps for a very good reason gets compared to Clubhouse, for example, just because of how similar they both play, but at this point they're also both figured out in a sense. Both very similar. They both act as a step-by-step process when you are on the attack. And so far it kind of hasn't really felt that way from Team NuTorious. Yeah, like sometimes they just struggle with the step 1 part, which some teams just struggle with. Nighthaven Labs is a very difficult map to attack on, much like your layers and your consulates. So it's not too surprising to see them struggle on it.
Literally just the card flip, same sides and everything. It follows the same exact narrative as the first, but Look, I was about to say, god damn it, it's going to look a lot more promising that they're playing the soft breach and they're getting established, but it doesn't matter. Jero's blown up by a C4. Z-Man follows it up by taking care of Good, and now it's Iceball to take damage from Connector. Cheek, in the meantime, takes the head off of Ice, and now it's, again, NuTorious just crumbling. A refrag, but after what? Because that case is left loose across the map. There's just 90 seconds left below, and you guys are getting picked off one by one. Honestly, with the way NuTorious is playing, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, but Iceball has something to say about that. He'll get 1 and 2, and the C4 that he's not going to back up into is going to allow him to continue to deliver that final blow and try to keep his team in the game. But with the verticality of the shotgun, you're not going to be able to stand a chance, and that automatic Glock just cannot be able to finish out the first, and they've actually managed to turn it around. F5, you've thrown it apart, and now you're easily allowed to continue to say, oh yeah, we're giving rounds away one by one, as Iceball is an easy roam and it's an easy res for him, as you're going to see Fire in a 1v2 for the remainder of the round, even if they are low.
Yeah, and for the whole entirety of the round, F5 tried to be really aggressive on the last 2 players alive. Iceball goes nuclear. Jagorku gets 2 while protecting his teammate as he's attempting to be confirmed. And Jagorku doesn't even really make a big mistake there. He's holding the rotate, and Fire just smokes him with the SMG-12 from below. So that leaves Iceball in a 1v1 with very little HP and little info, and Fire is just playing in an off spot.
It is hilarious how SMG-12 has been the biggest deciding factor of rounds today on every single map that we've seen. Now with Fire hiding out, I mean, buddy, hello? What are you doing?
What?
After a lead was thrown out the window, he's decided to park out here, call it a day, and sit behind the desk as he's shot out. And a comeback from NuTorious gets them on the board, but is it a comeback when F5 have thrown the round out the window?
What was the time at the end of that, by the way?
Like 8 seconds? You want to take a look at it?
Yeah. I wonder if he just did that off of like panic and somebody's like telling him maybe like like 5, 4.
Are you serious?
He's trying to hide. I guess he's trying to hide.
Look at how his toes are sticking out.
Yeah, like he's trying to hide with like 5 seconds left. Probably because, I don't know, maybe comms are muttered and people are telling him like, oh yeah, hide, you have time. But like, not behind there, because obviously they can see your feet, but also he literally saw you go prone and your whole body sticking out.
That genuinely might be the worst round of Rainbow Six Siege I've watched in my life. And I come from console.
I mean, there's a lot of them. Don't worry about it.
No. Toes sticking out and everything. You know that one meme? You know that one meme from what was it, Scream, where Ghostface is sitting behind the couch and his toes are sticking out? That is what that reminds me of.
Like the funny version of Scream?
Yeah, the scary movie. That's what it's called.
Yeah, scary movies, yeah.
What did we just witness? I mean, I've managed to remain a level of professionalism for the stream. I've already sworn once, which is a lot more than I usually do. And that was almost the second, because you have to ask yourself, you're coming into a grand final and we're hiding behind very, very easy shootable desks and workstations, and I don't even know. Endless spiral. I have a headache at this point.
It happens. To be fair, I understand why he did that. Probably out of like pure panic. I kind of do, because like he's probably told to hide. That's obviously in hindsight not the best place to do it, but I think that's what he was trying to do. So it just kind of sucks. But I will say, Iceball, he went nuclear in that round. I mean, he helped bring back that man advantage that F5 Esports had and just threw away.
That proned pre-fire was amazing, I will say, and that was the worst drone effort that led to a kill ever. But Jagorku, my Canadian goat, opens it up here by finding first blood onto the Valk, and that's a beautiful way to get rid of that person who possesses the C4. Z-Man almost catching that buck off guard, and it was a Grim actually, and he lives to see the other day. But you can't see the same for Iceball, as she doesn't miss those shots, and it's left up at level just a minute into the round.
Seems like they got rid of, actually I don't know exactly where Perseus was at, so that's a little bit shocking. But they are trying to get this Raptors controlled. They've sent fires in. Only thing that seems to be a really big issue is that they didn't really deal with the Cuba barriers. And until now, that Raptors has been reinforced off. They do get the Raptors control, but they haven't fully confirmed that yet. What the heck?
I mean, Good doesn't get the second chance at life like he did the first time. It's Cheeg and then Z-Man to follow it up here. And you have Jero trying to get in through Rafters, but we've seen this type of round before. You have somebody watching your cross, but what good does that do you when you only have a minute left on the clock and you're down 2 men here? Now, you've made one comeback. Can you do it for a second time here? Because the clock is ticking against you. You're both full HP. You have the utility possible. And with those can openers, we can finally see some creativity. You now have the angles of 3 players. They're all endlessly spraying and trying to pre-fire here. But with Ice Cold rotating out onto the Rafters, he's going to lose so much HP as he's shot in the behind. And he's now on 50 HP right on the dot here. Mute running across. I mean, even if he gets pre-fire, Chaka, he still is going to draw in so much time and so many resources here. But it's not going to matter because Fire shuts out Jero, even with the advantage of positioning. 25 seconds, Ice Cold 1 HP left outside our Rafters, and F5 are going to advance onto the match point.
Ice Cold, no chance of winning this round on 1 HP, and yeah, he just gets smoked outside of it. Team NuTorious just not able to really get any like convincing map control. Even when F5 Esports effectively gave them Rafters, by that point they were in an effective 5v3 or 5v3. They had no advantage going into that round. And so F5 Esports, they put themselves on match point, which is very good for them because it means that they're one step closer to taking their own map pick and then moving on to Team NuTorious's map of Clubhouse with momentum going in their favor. So now they go into basement. This is a really good site for defenders as well, just as popular as second floor. And this will be most likely the round to probably close it out on if Team NuTorious don't figure out their attacks here, because specifically, I mean, we've seen them try and like ignore the roam, go for direct rushes. Sometimes even when they're going for a full roam clear, the droning has not really been too thorough, and they've kind of left some big holes open in their roam clears that allows for big plays to happen from individual players. So we have to see that improve here from them.
Sorry, is he on Mozzie? Really? Big 25 with that gun? Nah, whatever. Cheek opens it up, takes care of Jagarku, and I mean, if not the roster, if the script repeats itself, then one team is going to win this series 3-1. It's happened every single time these guys have played against each other, and I hope to God that's not the end game, because both teams show us the glimpses that make them the team that deserve to be in the grand finals, but there are other plays, Chaka, that really have us, you know, questioning what the hell they're really doing here, but that was one of them. Jagarku overheats frequently. That's exactly why he loses his life so often, and he's one of the people, if not the highest person with he's the highest person with deaths with 10 on the board here, and that's a problem because, yeah, you get kills, you have 7 kills, but there's not enough time on the board for you to be able to convert that here. But good, putting his foot on the gas, looking to attack and get his foot, but a double C4! Where did it come from? A third kill for Cheek as he downs out the Blackbeard. There has been 2 rushes, 1 apiece, and they both have failed horribly, as both teams are going to learn that the hard way, with Z-Man ending it out on a flawless. Oh my god, F5 respond, and we're going to Clubhouse 1-1.
And again, like I mentioned, like when Team NuTorious switched over to their attacks, we've seen them try different approaches to the roam game, or to tackling on the roam game, and sometimes it was just like to fully ignore the roam. And in that round, that wasn't really allowed to happen. You had a Goyo can on the default plant spot, and then when the attackers were forced to reposition back at Animus, that's most likely when the Nitro Soul came in to get that 2K from Cheeg, because where else can the attackers go? They dropped down the hatch, they didn't open up Animus wall. You have no way to exit Animus besides fight your way out. They made the decision to execute in that moment to not play the round slowly and get man count back in their favor and work some picks. And they kind of just paid for it with the round loss there. F5 Esports, really good performance here on Labs and a good bounce back from them not winning any attacks until they lost 3 in a row on Consulate.
No words. You know what? I was gonna say absolute cinema, but that would be if I believed in it, which I don't. We've seen mistakes from F5 on Consulate, and then vice versa, and that speaks to the home turf advantage. But I want to see a level of competition. It hasn't been blowouts, which is amazing, but we haven't seen anything go to OT. I want to see a team call a timeout because we saw it from F5 on Consulate, but we haven't seen any timeouts from either side on Nighthaven. So that's something that you need to be able to take into consideration. But as of now, we're going to send it to a quick break. We'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere. Grab a quick snack, though, because after a couple of minutes, hopefully with no tech difficulties, we will be on Clubhouse as soon as we can. Now, we're back. Hopefully, no game crashes, no rehosts, so we can have a nice and clean clubhouse. No wreckage of any momentum. Chaka, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. We had two really good maps happen for both teams where we saw them both win on regulation and both of their own map picks. NuTorious won their map pick of Consulate 7-5. F5 Esports just won their map pick of Labs 7-4. So we go into NuTorious's map pick of Clubhouse, which plays very similarly to Labs. And F4 Esports, F5 Esports, especially when they were on their attacks, looked really solid on Labs. So it'll be interesting to see how they play on Clubhouse, considering that, you know, they had a choice between whether or not they chose attack and defense. And I don't remember which one they chose. So hopefully when we get into the game, I'll figure it out. But it'll be pretty nice to see how they play.
They will be on the defensive side first. So hopefully that goes a long way, because we know how the teams that have started off on their preferred side have absolutely gone and won it after they've had a negative start to a first half, but it's been 3-3 both sides, and then one team just takes it away and runs it. As you can see, very close score lines. I mean, 5-7 and then 7-4. I really hope that Clubhouse is more one-sided, because it'll allow a team to get the leverage and the momentum, and, you know, it'll allow them to take it into Cafe with their heads up, because that is the minimum amount of maps that we're going to need. And then if both teams fight it out the same way I think they will, we go to Skyscraper. So, Chaka, two things, predictions for both Clubhouse and Cafe.
To be totally honest, I am not the biggest fan of predictions, but I think it looks like, I'll be honest, it looks very positive for F5 Esports. Like I said, Labs plays very similarly to plays pretty similar to how Clubhouse plays out. That's kind of where Labs draws its comparisons from, because Labs plays out as a step-by-step map, just like how Clubhouse does. Hard breaching is essential for winning most of the sites, especially like hard breaching from the exterior walls on Clubhouse. Like, what's really important about top 4 is breaching cache and jacuzzi. It doesn't matter for which site. It really just depends on how you want to take the map. And then for Labs, it was like IT plants as well, and also when it came to like basement assembly wall. So it's very positive for F5 Esports. I think they could win Clubhouse, honestly, even though it is Team NuTorious's map pick.
Now, I like you said it, like you finished it off there, it is their map pick. And as you can see, all 4 maps on the board today are very identical in size. Now, I'm surprised we didn't see Layer, but it continues to contribute to the overall trend of the maps picked. All 4 maps are 3 floors, relatively large, and have the step-by-step, as you mentioned before, to how you approach it and how you break it down, whether you're on the defensive or you're on the attacking side. And then the reason I want to go to Skyscraper is just because it throws all of that out the window. You're going to have to play aggressive. You're going to have to play close range, and see how the teams deal with that close quarters is going to be very, very telling on which team really deserves to win this BO5.
Bans go out, and Kaid and Mira get banned. So when it comes to hard breaching, denying the hard breach for defense, the only ones you have available here for the F5 defense is going to be Bandit and Mute. So, I mean, one question you have to ask yourself once we get onto the top 4 sites is, how are we going to breach these exterior walls? For now, you're kind of free to breach the hatches open because there is no Kaid in play. Also no Bandit too, so like triple wall could most likely be opened up for free, but it is going to be a heavy roam from F5 Esports to start off round number 1 of Clubhouse.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, an interesting pick here. You rarely see teams go to that basement site first, but I think they're just reacting to how the bans worked in their favor. F5 taking Ace and Maverick off the board here. You would have thought that would mean that they really want to go gym bedroom first, but apparently not. They're going basement with a very, very outgoing site with reinforcements going into CC and the bar extend. It's a little interesting to see how they're going to play this out.
Yeah, they have a extension on the top floor with
God.
the castle and lounge, and it's
a first gunfight taken from Cheeg on Rafters. Getting that sound cue from lower garage once Goodnight opens the door up, and he's been like put down to like 1 HP, and he hasn't even entered the building fully yet.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a gunfight or a sabotage, you could call it. I mean, he didn't even know he had the intel, and he couldn't act off of it. But with Jagarku already lurking in through bathroom, he thought that wasn't castled off here, but proved wrong. And having that vertical aspect not in your favor yet, while your opponents or while your teammates try to get established in logistics and in bedroom, you're going to have your opponents get into logistics and get into bathroom here and wait to bury you when you make that fatal mistake. But Ascopos is going to receive a Logi Bomb and a Death Mark. Ice Cold reacts perfectly and gets first blood in this game.
It's very interesting that in this lineup, they didn't bring anything to do, apart from the nades and the breaching charges. They didn't bring like a Flores to help them deal with these castle barricades. Eventually, though, they will get full control. Well, not even really full control. The only thing they don't really have control of is bar stage, because stealth still exists somewhere around the first floor and he hasn't been fully hunted down yet. They will get this vertical, though, for free, and they also will be able to, at some point, now get all the hatches open too.
Now, I really like what Stealth did there. I mean, you usually see teams overheat, stay upstairs, and try to get as many kills and take as many precious seconds off the board as they can, but he knew if he bit off more than he could chew, he'd be leaving his team in a position where they'd go down 2 bodies instead of just 1 here. But with just below a minute left, you've allowed your team to have everybody back on site and take their sweet old time to try to get their bodies back on the board here. With the aggression about to be established here from bottom main, it's a idea whether it's going to be a 5v3 or a 4v4, but again, this clock continues to run down, and with that man getting aggressive on AKs, the question is, can he land that final blow? Perseus taking heavy damage, and the person who sits on the jump up for the workstation is going to fall off because it's an easy shot to get through verticality, and it's going to be easy when your toes are very, very exposed, and it's just health being lost for F5 in and out of this round. As if Jagarku hits 1 shot, it's an easy kill, but Perseus finally gets a kill of his own. Cheek doubles down, taking care of Ice. Fire falls next, but Perseus onto Jagarku, and now they've dropped in this site, but with no coverage. There's no crosses being held. You don't have easy access in the site, and you only have the option to go into Arsenal. You rush on in. Jero has your cross, but that plant's going down regardless. There's a C4 on the board. It's used, and it denies perfectly.
Again, time goes down really low there as well for Team NuTorious as they try and figure out how they want to execute the site, because originally they had some really big issues entering. They try and jump down the hatch, and like, because they don't have an ace, I don't think they also didn't breach open the church walls too. You have somebody who can play in the middle of church for free and play a crossfire between, well, not only church, but also towards AKs, even when the Goyo reposition. So you have a really good crossfire to counter that hatch drop. And Team NuTorious are kind of like stuck. They wasted a lot of their own time too. And they were just forced into a last second execute, which was perfectly countered by the Nitro Cell. Really good first round from F5 Esports. And yeah, I mean, that's the power of the ace being banned, for example, because now it's really difficult to open up that church wall.
Now, again, we're going to experiment with the replays. I want to see if we can capture it. They realized they had that moment of panic where they realized that rotate was a little too exposed here. That C4 coming in from downtown. Look at how open concept this site is. They learned that the hard way. It's a beautiful, beautiful denial that leads to NuTorious losing that first round. Regardless of whose map it is, you can't be getting outclassed like that. But speaking of outclassed, a beautiful first 1-tap to take care of Perseus' face, and that's first blood in the favor of NuTorious.
Valkyrie down as well as a Nitro Cell. Still have Raptors position to play off of, but it kind of makes playing Raptors a little bit weaker because you lost your below player in Lounge. So at some point they might just have to leave. Platform wall gets open, so that means that the cash wall is next. And sometimes because they lost their Valkyrie down below, that means that this lurk from red can happen.
Now Jero looks like he doesn't care about taking his sweet old time. No verticality. It's shotgun v shotgun, but with the double team from the bridge, it's all systems go here for Team NuTorious. But Cheek is smart enough to be able to use his environment to his advantage. An easy hop up onto the cash box allows him to take care of Jero here, but still, there's many players waiting to get their piece as Iceball takes care of Fire here, and that is cash fully cleared out. And with plenty of time to go, you guys can just continue to add on the pressure to the man who sits camped out here. And it's a beautiful round for NuTorious, as they have just showed us the most structured execute of the series.
Really well executed as well in the clear from Cash and CCTV. Not only opening up the plat wall, but then having a another extra push as well on top of them pushing it through Cash. Like I mentioned, because they lost their Valkyrie down below, that was the only below player that NuTorious needed to worry about, and they read into that quite well. Lurked up red, sent the demos up, and that applied a lot of pressure even after somebody died on red. It still applied enough pressure to that Cash and CC extension. I'm surprised though that F5 kept fighting for it, because usually what teams like to do once they waste enough time, keyword waste enough time, or key phrase waste enough time, they like to back off and just hunker down in sight. But I guess because they felt like they didn't really waste that much time and Team NuTorious were getting rapid map control, they still had to fight for it. Or maybe also because like players just couldn't get back in time and you still just want to keep battling out for trades, which they obviously just were not successful in doing.
I really hope that we see a round from F5 that kind of gets it back in blood, because that perfectly executed round there by NuTorious shows us why this is their map pick. Now, we spoke about how each map has its own relevance in terms of having certain steps to be able to clear it out here, but F5 are starting to fall short here. Even if it's one-on-one, we saw the idea, the execution, how it played out perfectly, but that's why I love seeing teams start off on their non-favorite side when it's their map, because it really challenges the aspects and how they play out each and every part.
We're also taking early stock control that, oh well, that was the lounge player, by the way. So, I mean, they just kind of like lost that really, really easily. I'm not too sure what Stealth was like looking at or what he was checking for. Maybe to see somebody made their way into oil pit, but that was not the case. So they've just lost their lower player. That means that now the Buck can apply pressure to the green box position. If Team NuTorious were to flip their whole attack for a construction execute, you can also just fully like establish this vertical control so that nobody from F5 Esports can use a nitro cell.
Yeah, with that clock continuing to run down here, there's so much intel for NuTorious to be able to execute upon, and that's Jero's second of the round here. Now, they have a fuse, they have the execute operators that they need with the Talon shields, the shield operator, everything that they want is in their favor here. But as the zombie fully locks out the Monty, she's trying to isolate and try to force him to unextend, but it's just a waste of two Kibas here, as still the clock is running down, and it's F5 to continue to face the deficit here as the pressure starts to become very real, as again, you don't have that lounge pressure, and to double down, Jagarku kills Fire. And Chaka, it's an absolute disaster. Yet again, we might be looking down the barrel of another flawless, because Jero is there to get his third, and NuTorious are just taking the lead and running with it.
Yeah, establishing they just killed the lounge player, and originally I thought when I saw the Jaeger down below that they just lost the control. No, they still had control of lounge. They just had cutoffs in external positions, not only from stock but also just from outside the main door. And because you have that lounge control, it makes it so much easier to apply pressure to the Azami. And I think what F5 really need to realize very quickly is like, well, the opening picks, they're bleeding them way too soon, and it's on very important players that can waste more time on these extensions. Because I'm gonna be totally honest, in that last round, I have no idea. I have no idea why Stealth is just in the middle of garage and lower garage in front of an open breach. I can't tell you why. Probably because you have an Azami in Rafters, he can block off your door, and so you're just trying to check oil. I don't know, but because they lost that lower player, that's kind of like one of your main win conditions now gone for that whole defense.
It's 1-2, and again, it's such a blatant show of power from NuTorious that shows us why this is their map. I mean, nearly 2 flawlesses back-to-back, Chaka. I mean, we thought we were going to see an F5 game just because of that denial and how they played that basement to their advantage here, but I highly doubt the promise of winning this site because NuTorious is just looking like a different animal here. They're not rushing. They're taking their sweet old time, and the plays are lining up perfectly to be able to open up their kills. They're winning their ones. They're winning their ones. They're getting the executes down. They're bringing the right operators, and it's just a dominated game.
It's also another first floor roam here surrounding the castles too. Wonder how long it's gonna take F5 Esports to fully fall off. I think once the castle barricades end up, well, getting rid of, but it looks like they're not even gonna fall off. They're just gonna get aggressive.
Oh my god, Jagarku falls first. Oh, come on, Stealth. 2 kills that were promised to you. You just couldn't capitalize, and that second kill would have been a hell of a lot more rewarding, but still, you've taken care of the spear entry, but not being able to take care of that verticality really speaks to how they'll be able to reset, takes their time when it comes to establishing all of those cheeky angles onto site.
Okay. I think they did destroy the, I don't know if he's like, oh, because he's probably not in a good spot to like fully like transition to his other twin shell. Either way, it doesn't even look like his other one is destroyed neither. So I don't even know if they know about this flank. They haven't fully cleared off the top floor here. Usually teams love to clear from the second floor to the basement because you don't have to worry about the flank later if you just deal with it at the beginning. So Team NuTorious kind of ignoring this is a little bit of an issue, but they do know about it now.
Now, I love having Scopos on the board here because there's so much creativity with her loadout, with her secondary utility, and having 2 health bars. You can do whatever the hell you want, and you can see with a lot of pressure being applied from logistics and cash, she decided to up and get out there and reset back to site, and now they're full power on site. It's a 4v4, meaning they can just sit back, relax, and take their sweet old time, which we've seen before works out in their favor. This is starting to become a textbook round that F5 wins because it's the only round that they've won so far, and with all of these angles being held out here, it's going to start to force NuTorious to go into panic mode.
There's really not a lot of plant denial apart from actually, no, scratch that. So you have nitros. I think that is a Goyo can on the hatch drop too. So you have a way of stopping this plant once it happens through these extra win conditions that F5 Esports have established with their very own lineup. So I wonder if they're still gonna go for it. They do detonate that Goyo can, but that's gonna last 10 seconds. And you still have a nitro cell in the back pocket of Chi.
With those Volcans being popped out, they'll stop burning at that 10-second mark here, but you don't have the hard breacher to begin to help open up that triple one. That becomes a disaster. Ice Cold wins his gunfight. She goes down very low here as that moto pressure is also being established. You need to get to that Kona station, but can you do it before the destructible ingredients go up against you? Fire gets one onto good, but in the meantime, Cheeg will fall. Jero falls next here, and yet again, it's just an all-out brawl on the first floor. The plant looks down. Z-Man hears it, has to run across to just get that man planting, but come on, just go for him as it's just ring around the rosy here, and it's down. The team is back up to full strength, and they'll have a 2-man pressured point here, but he'll win the first gunfight with that pistol out. You don't have enough time to reload your primary, so you're going to continue to just go in and out of the site to try to establish, but a fully automatic secondary is much better than a semi. Ice Cold shuts you out, and it's yet again another NuTorious win.
It's an Ice Cold clutch as well. Ice in his veins. He clutches a 3rd round in a row. Front for NuTorious on this tag. Clubhouse, again, just like every single map in this map pool, is defender sided. Cafe may be a little bit more 50-50, but Clubhouse certainly isn't. And I was a little bit worried in that last round too, because again, they didn't really deal with like the full roam clear. They didn't clear from the second floor to the top or to the bottom. And so they kind of left some gaps up, but didn't really see Z-Man on the Scopos, for example, even capitalize off of somebody having their back turned to him. And even though they did have those extra win conditions, the Goyo and the Nitro Cell, because of the extra pressure applied from Team NuTorious, they weren't afraid to take map control, not only bottom main, but also in Moto. Valkyrie had no comfortable spot in Church to get the Nitro Cell off. Remember the first round where like the Nitro Cell went off and denied the first plant attempt for Team NuTorious.
that was because there was no pressure on the Church player, which was the Valkyrie who rotated into Church from blue. But because they cut that off almost immediately, you have no opportunity to do that anymore. So really well played from Team NuTorious on their attacks.
Looks like they're just gonna stick to the roots of defending that basement, because so far the only set that they've won. And Chaka, I hate to say it, but it looks like the previous grand final where NuTorious won is starting to repeat itself, because by that third map, it's a game of endurance, and F5 are just not showing us what we want to see here. Now, falling on the preferred side of Clubhouse when it's not your map is starting to become concerning, and I hate to say it, but if we get to Cafe with this momentum only going in the favor of NuTorious, 2 maps back to back, then we might be seeing the end of this BO5 before we get to Skyscraper.
It hasn't been a consistent way for F5 to slow the bleeding, and it's not like they've... Okay, I would say it's not like they changed like the makeup of their defense. They have a couple of times. There were times where they invested in like a roam twice in a row. Now they're investing in now more site control by bringing in the smoke, but they lost the mute, and that's one of the nitro cells you have on this defense now just gone after peeking up into the vertical.
Fire looking to make up that comeback. I'm really disappointed that we haven't been able to see his E6 self. Now, hopefully, he has 2 more maps able to prove himself, and with that being said, he'll continue to hear the casters and apply it to the game as he'll get first blood here, and he looks to double down, because that's that refrag that his team needed, that revenge kill. And by being able to avenge Z-Man, you've put your team in a place where you can hide out here instead of playing it like the previous round where you were down a body, you still tried to hide out, and it started to work against you. Now he'll come up, try to get aggressive here and isolate that Deimos, but there's a man waiting for him in stock. He'll deal 1 tick of damage before he'll back off, and now it'll be a close-ranged gunfight between a pistol and a shotgun. Oh,
I don't think he's gonna win this. Like,
and he won it! What?
Yeah.
Stealth falls next. Ice Ball and Ice Cold are left to pick up the pieces here with Jagarku still in the spear entry, but buddy, what is there to enter with 35 seconds left? There's an angle being held from deep dirt, but there's 2 toxic babes in his pocket. He has a shotgun, and he's going to make use of both of those things here, as there's a very, very wide net being cast around the site. But when you try to cover everything at once, Chaka, you're holding nothing. One man's on the hatch, the other's on the moto hatch, and the third is on bottom main. And if one of you fall, or if the rest of the defenders stay up, then it'll become a problem. Jagarku hears that and sticks to his role as a spear entry. Will get the first, but Fire will take care of Ice Ball before he'll fall, meaning it's Perseus in a 1v2 situation. Just 7 seconds left on the clock here. Ice Cold left to go for his next clutch, but he's slowed down by his Denari Prisms. Jagarku watching the cross, and yet again, in the final seconds of our round, it is a NuTorious win.
They just keep finding like these crucial picks that I don't think they should be getting really. And in that last couple of seconds, it was a good distraction from Ice Cold which allowed Jagarku to wrap around the main hallway and then kill the last player alive there for F5 Esports. And it's just that one round on defense that they have to show for like a couple of rounds here. 5 rounds in total between them and Team NuTorious, where it feels like these rounds are a lot closer than they should be. It keeps running into the last few seconds where Team NuTorious just take their time, and they still come out with the round victory.
I mean, the best part about running no delays, we were able to read the chat, and looking at the NuTorious co-stream, we can also see their chat in ours, and the first thing we see is Jog ain't need no job. And buddy, that's a bar. What a performance. I mean, that's 4 rounds back to back to back where they consistently clutch it out in the last seconds of the round. And it's F5 with no response, no timeout, and it's an absolute issue when you guys refuse to call it as they head on out to gym and try to break that bad luck streak.
There's a potential that like Team NuTorious could make this a 5-1 defensive half on 5-1 attacking half going into defense for Clubhouse, which we know just from watching a couple of their attacks on labs, and also even especially the ones on like cons, they can struggle to attack sometimes. Just like Team NuTorious, they can be a little bit slow and a little bit lacking on the roam clear. But I think roam clearing on a Clubhouse is a lot easier because it's just it's not as much of an issue to set up these cutoffs as it is on like on labs and or consulate.
What the hell is that? Habana trick failed and not having Maverick. Oh my god, they don't have Maverick, Ace, and Thermite. The poor guys are still going to have to go up against the Bandit, who is now dead, but still, that 4-pellet trick is still going to be nearly impossible on that right side wall, which is why they're, going to shoot the left Bandit trick and try it yet again, but with highway control being established, you guys are sacrificing pellets on one wall while you still have a lot more to open.
I think Jagorku knows that this guy's in a corner, so at some point he has to swing and he's gonna hold him, but he's kind of let him slip the net. So if he just jumps out here, I mean, he could get a kill, but he also has somebody on his roof holding it as well.
90 seconds just left on the clock, man. Yeah, it's just consistent ring around the rosy between these two. And Jagorku, buddy, it's against you guys. You're the ones losing time as the attackers here, but with the defenders being down a body, they're going to have to be a lot more careful. And with this position that they're establishing, they're going to have one man on the rappel while the rest really try to hit that gap in construction. But with Good going down, it's going to throw a wedge in their plans here. He's given a second chance at life because he's still on the roof, but there's still so many issues that you guys are going to have to fix in the next minute before we are looking at a crisis mode here for NuTorious.
It's like they haven't really gotten inside of the map control, and it's not like they don't have any options to get inside of the map. Wow, that's crazy. They're still struggling as well to like get this plat breach open because they're just failing miserably at this Habana trick. And that's kind of what happens when either you don't bring the options that you have or you have none, and they don't have any options to bring to get that plat wall open easily.
Beautiful use of that destructible ingredient to get in through the breach. That was a hilarious breach, but as it happens, Chigo fall, and that'll be a 4-on-4 man count. It's Ice Ball to fall. That's a beautiful post-plant operator that you need to get off the board. Good goes big with 2. Stealth follows it up by taking care of Jagorku in a 2v3 here as F5 yet again put in the pincher with just 8 seconds left on the board here. The case is in hand. Stealth takes care of that man with the case. C4 delivers that final blow. 1 second left. It's a game of ring around the rosy as he hinds out behind the barbells. And finally, F5, after 4 consecutive losses, have gotten that 4-2 split.
And it's also another round where it just goes into the last few seconds, and F5 Esports this time able to close it out. Now switching over to their attacking cap, they still have a pretty big disadvantage now going on to their attack, considering that they are on Clubhouse. But like, we'll see how well Team NuTorious do on their own defenses. Let's start off with the ban phase yet again. We have Kaid and Habana. So it's a little bit different because last time Habana wasn't banned when Team NuTorious were attacking. This time she is, along with that Kaid too. So I wonder if they're going to ban a second hard breach here, Team NuTorious.
God, the I don't want any breaches opened up strat seemed to kind of enforce a interesting way to open up the wall and kind of show us a little bit of a fruity breach that we can't really say on stream, but you know what? That might be one of the greatest final moments I've ever had.
Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't even clock it until I was like,
I didn't clock it until I saw it in the chat.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's gonna be Team NuTorious now. First round on their defenses, and it's interesting. They start off on the second floor, and people may think like, oh, probably because they banned or probably because Kaid and Bandit were banned, Hatch is going to be open for free, Trip Wall can be open for free as well. Which, even if those operators are banned, basement is still like a pretty decent site to play. Even when they are gone, and even then sometimes teams will most definitely pick basement even when they're banned. So this is like different here from Team NuTorious, that they pick into second floor early.
Interesting to see, but I mean, 4 of 5, I was really disappointed that we didn't see Jim first. I mean, it did work out in their favor, but you saw how that surprise element just faded away round in and round out, and with that 2-4. You're going to have NuTorious on their preferred side, finally breaking the deadlock of 3-3 per map, and now they have every resource possible to be able to just relax and keep their foot on the gas here. You've lost 2 wall denies, but you have every other operator that makes it all the harder to attack the site, such as Jim, and it honestly just goes every way in the favor of NuTorious.
And because Habana was banned, that's probably why we saw her trying to trick the wall, because Maverick is usually the one to trick the walls on Clubhouse. That's what he's most popular on this map for. And so it's going to be pretty easy to do so. And because they have the ace open, that'll be a pretty decent clear from Plat over. Get this cash wall open in from CCTV. And it can also deal with this mirror window too. Oh, it's muted.
2 Volcans sitting close on that con wall makes it easier for Jero to use that as his reliable source to sit back and relax here, but he should hope to God that Buck doesn't set his eyes on him and those Volcan canisters, as these attackers have really established a lot of positioning into construction early on in the round. 90 seconds, Chuck. It's a lot to get established.
Yeah, they still haven't cleared the mute jammer off the mirror window quite yet. They are going to EMP it, and that's when the mirror window gets blasted open. I don't even know if he used his nitro cell quite yet, because if he popped the mirror window, uses his nitro, he could have just wasted the Selma charge and wasted more of F5's time. Now they're transitioning into the execute phase, where they push the Monty up main stairs and try and attack from con.
What? So 2 players drop the hatch and go for an easy flank. That's kind of what happens when you set up for a construction take and you completely throw out that playbook and say, yeah, no, we're going to try to walk up main. A very easy, punishable execute there by F5 here, as Team NuTorious have everything they need. As I said before, yeah, they don't have the wall deny, but look at how much utility they have in their favor. Volcans paired up with Keybuds, paired up with those castle barricades, is all going to play in their favor when it comes to denying. Jera with a deep shot from those monitors to take care of Stealth. Fire gets a refrag on the cold, but, you know, after what? There's 20 seconds left. You have a 2-man deficit, and you guys are both outside the building with the case in hand. Now, Fire finally showing us that flaming spirit in him, as he'll take care of 1 and 2 here. As the flashes go hot, they'll go, but a little too late. A double kill, big from Iceball, pushes us 1 round closer to the match point, and NuTorious are seeming like they want to run away with the lead.
Yeah, and Team NuTorious, they put themselves on 5, 1 round away from match point, like you mentioned, but also what's really interesting about that round was they did that con push, but at the same time, they sent somebody up the main stairs, and it was the Monty, and he was, well, I would say he was by himself. I believe he had the Buck with him down below, because that's what the Buck is for. But he was isolated on main stairs by himself. He had like 3 people around him, and he had nobody, and he had like no help on main. And he was not only being pushed from top main, he was also being pushed from bottom main as well. And another interesting tidbit in that round for F5 Esports, they never opened up Jacuzzi. So they never created any ghost pressure in that hallway, which meant that Monty could be pushed from top main as well. Right, yeah.
I mean, Chalker, man, there's just so many questions being asked, and it's, why aren't they calling a timeout here? Unless they have their sights set up on something bigger, you guys have to be able to take every competition seriously, regardless of its tier, regardless of its notability, because you guys need to be able to show us that you're here to play. And falling 2-5 when you had the preferred side is just not acceptable. They switched up the play last second, and they paid the dear price for it, and it fears me, or it kind of makes me a little sad to say that if they continue down this path, Chaka, we're going to the series point, and it'll be in the favor of NuTorious before they go on to Cafe.
I do have a question. Well, hold up. Yeah, I do have a question for you. So you notice how, like, because they didn't open up Jacuzzi, the top main player is able to get aggressive onto the Monty without having to worry about the ghost pressure. Do you think that they should have sent the Monty on main by himself like that? Obviously not just because he's getting like 3v1, but also because they don't have Jacuzzi wall open.
I think with the amount of pressure they had established on construction, and with the players parked out on highway, you're setting yourselves up for a construction push. Go for the construction push. The Volcans were starting to get popped. You need to be able to keep your foot on the gas, stick to one play, and keep it on the board. I mean, you don't go for that play unless it's a contingency. That should be your plan Z, not your first.
It's nice to have that like confirmed as well, because I was like, I'm crazy, like,
Why is he sitting in the boxy up here by himself? Oh, okay. Well, they got the opening pick. That's ice ball down on the Solus, and that's a pretty important part to your defense because the Solus can see when the plant goes down, obviously, but also she can help you flank up the stairs where usually there will be flank watch utility there.
Fire continues his teammates' reign of terror as he'll get one of his own. A 2v5, make it a 2v4 here as now some fighting is going to be seen from NuTorious here as they still do have the Black Mirrors and those Volcans. With a minute left, I mean, there's only two things defenders really do in this situation. Get insanely aggressive to try to get that man count a little bit lower so they can make it manageable to put it even, or try their best to be able to take their time here. But, I mean, Jigarku missed that memo in dirt, but, I mean, just ran across, and then overflick from Jero allows Stealth to easily click onto his head here. And finally, F5 have gotten themselves on the board and closed out that deficit to just 2.
It was a pretty odd round from Team NuTorious because it just felt like the whole round they just kept throwing bodies at F5 Esports. And, like, I guess that's down to just them giving up full map control. And, like, once you establish vertical in places like hallway, as well as above armory, you kind of feel pressured to fight on main stairs, especially if that's where you were originally playing, which is probably where the Souls was playing earlier on in that round. So you go back down the basement, and we don't see a castle in play, but something similar to the castle that can close off angles is that a zombie.
Now, I hope to God that we can get to those final bans and allow either team to use those final bans or try to flex their lineups around not having certain operators here. But with the way that this game is going, if NuTorious win this round, they're on that match point, and then they can end it off even if they do get those last bans. And it's concerning, Chaka. It's concerning that they're going to go down to the third map with absolutely nothing in their favor. I mean, they finally are able to win the round, but their wins are so spaced out here that you can't even say that they're building up the momentum for their own map because it's just NuTorious domination each and every round.
It's kind of what it felt like for the most part as well when NuTorious were on the attack. Granted, most of the round wins they had were late round wins where they just kind of like ran at F5 Esports because they had no other choice to do so. They just won crucial gunfights. F5
really
Esports are not
different.
Yeah, they're not totally out of it though. I mean, 2 rounds away from tying it up. Well, that's not good. Sorry.
That's not good at all. They lost their Grim too. I mean, say goodbye to your execution operator because, yeah, no, you are going to go for an aggressive play here. I mean, very, very outgoing here. You've taken conservative completely the opposite as Stealth tries to go for a one-tap here, but I mean, you got lucky last round. Not this time, buddy, as you are completely taken care of. Smooth, clean headshot forces a 5v3 in another dominated NuTorious round.
Yeah, lost their roam clear operator, also lost their player that usually helps them push down blue. If you notice anything about this game the whole entire time, both attacks haven't really like pushed down blue ever, despite having both Capital and Grim up, which means that these basement rounds kind of like go a little bit south sometimes, especially when they're doing these front-sided executes because you have no exterior pressure to clear third box or first box and church, armory, for example.
Blue has been a disaster. It's being used more of a means to an end to find a last kill instead of using it to get in and get the first kills in the first place here. And as you're seeing it right here, they think it's better to have a united front on one side than try to get in that one-off player that tries to find that gap and hit, and it's a problem when there is that verticality. Because yes, the mirror is broken, but you guys are establishing verticality, and that only leaves you down to 2 men, and one of them has a shield. That's one person on the front lines trying to get their way into sight, and look at this angle from ice cold. There's just so many different variables with this execute that it's going to be an issue to be able to try to keep them at bay here. Now, the go is going to be that Blitz who tries to head on in here, gets the ability to be able to try to isolate off ice cold here, but Good comes to his save here, and now he's going to try to go crazy here, but Jigarku catches him off guard with that Desert Eagle and that Z-Man gun, and now Fire on the verticality is going to be the one with the diffuser. No time and absolutely no life, and that kind of asks the question, why does your verticality operator have the diffuser in hand?
Also has the diffuser in hand with no armory hatch open. Like, what?
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
Is the right idea.
Cause like no, cause like they not only didn't really have like the full vert established, but they also just didn't have the hatch open. And I imagine that when Grim went down, that was their only form of hard breach that they had in that round for hatches. Because remember, Zami's not available, and they didn't have an ace in that round.
I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but why are we trying to force points that don't need to be forced? You guys are funneling in. We're not playing verticality. We're not playing blue. Consult your coach. Flan is a more than capable coach. He gives very good advice. I've seen a bunch of comebacks from F5 when they struggle due to the ability to reset, go to the drawing board and say, hey, what's going on? What can we do better? And you guys get that bird's eye view, but it's not being seen. And as they're not calling that timeout, we haven't seen it in 2 maps here, they're going to start to struggle very evidently.
Yeah. To be fair, what other option did they have besides like going armoring and going Kool-Aid? Because without Grim, you have no good way of establishing blue control. And if you try and execute Church, there are so many angles from blue that's directly connected to the default plant spot behind black box, and the bar is completely destructible, so they can just shoot you through it. And they have a man advantage, so they just can completely power you. So
it's not more the sites that they're going, but I think the timeouts are serving more as a little bit of a mental reset and being able to get a 6th opinion instead of just relying on the people that you've been in the same game with for nearly 4 hours. It's just a better idea, you know?
Oh, you mean a timeout?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with you. I was just talking about that last round because I was just absolutely perplexed still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was an interesting round here. But as F5, you know, are shaping up an attack here, they get CC very easy with little to no resistance. That's that solo wall being opened up as well here, and it looks like they're going to be going for a construction round. And hopefully that Monty doesn't hit us with a little switcheroo and continues that path to going to cash.
Yeah. And now they're also going to open up Jacuzzi, which was, in my opinion, one of the main reasons why the Monty died in the first place, because he got pressured from top main as well as bottom main. So if you have this wall open, that creates a bunch of ghost pressure, but they're having trouble with that with just the mute on the board too.
Chigarku, very, very outgoing run out. I mean, you let the man float. That's exactly what he's going to do. You kept him silent on the first half of console, and then you let him warm up, and now you're seeing how well that is. Now, Volcan's being popped out. Monty's losing his health here, and with the external pressure being established, it's starting to become a problem here for F5, and losing stealth definitely is going to be a bigger problem, because guess what, Chaka? There's still 2 more Volcans sitting close on that door, and Monty doesn't have enough health to sustain that.
There's also Ace died. That was the highway player too, so they can't break this Kiba barrier. So now you have free time to continue just detonating these Vulcan packs. And how was that? Yeah, how is the Monty gonna get out when he's blocked in from the Kiba?
A beautiful ability to be able to, yeah, no, honestly, boxed like a fish is the only thing that I can say to relate to that, because that is beautiful from him. Now, Perseus is establishing even more external pressure, but where is external pressure when you don't have pressure on site to begin with? Now, a beautiful shot from Z-Man from the depth allows Jigarku to get fried, but Perseus is taken down in response, and that super shorty delivers the final blow. In Chaka, it's series point as we're going to head on over to Cafe with NuTorious going big.
If this trend keeps continuing with each one winning their own map picks, we may just see a full 5-mapper series.
Oh, God, don't say that.
Really good. Oh, I mean, it was pretty decent. It was a pretty good performance from Team NuTorious, especially when like the pressure got really hot for them in some of those rounds where it just kept going very late for them. They still managed to have the mentals to still close it out and keep themselves in a really healthy man advantage going into their defensive halves. And I kind of was like hoping F5 wouldn't really struggle as much on their attacks, but that's exactly what we saw. We saw them struggle on their attacks, and it wasn't like the clears or the roam clears that they were having an issue with, like how it was on Consulate. It was more so their executions, because otherwise
they had like some rounds where they got like pretty good map control, like construction, for example, and then the execute just fell flat. Or even in that last round, again, they get construction control, but they just lose a lot of bodies in an execute, and Monty's boxed in where the Vulcan canisters are. He has no way to escape.
I really hope it shapes up to be a back and forth. Now, for the academic side of me, I want to get this done next map so I can go study. But for the BO5, for the plot, for the cinema, we need to see the fifth map because we're seeing both teams being challenged, and it would not be doing it justice by seeing F5 fall just because they didn't have their own map first. You guys were already down by going down on console, and then you had to win Nighthaven. It's just a continuous back and forth that we're just not able to see the full potential of either team. But with that being said, Chaka, you guys know the drill. We've done this 3 times. Drop a follow if you're enjoying so far. A big thank you to our sponsors over at HMC and GameSir and our affiliates over at Blacklight for making this possible. I mean, the lower coverage is very hard to do, but it's the passion that brings us all together. But we'll be bringing to you a 4th map when we are back from this quick break. So don't go anywhere, and we will be back soon. ladies and gentlemen, we bring it back to you from the break, and you're wondering, why is this guy so excited? Now, I had a little conversation with Good in between the maps, and he said, and I quote, if we win this, we're putting all of the prize money on a Plinko ball. Don't gamble. Good is an idiot, and I hope he loses. Chaka, any thoughts?
No, I don't even know what a Plinko ball is.
You know those little things that there's a bunch of pegs when you're gambling and you drop a ball and it goes into like a little tray and like certain prizes? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even gamble. I don't even know how I
Okay.
knew that, but yeah, that's what a Plinko is. Any thoughts about that?
It's a very interesting thing to say. And I don't. Maybe they will win, but it's like the trend keeps continuing that whatever map pick any team plays on, you know, if it's their own map pick, I mean, then they win their own map pick basically. So there's a good chance that F5 could just bring this over to Sky, and we could be completely deadlocked by like the end of the night.
As you can see, it is literally back and forth, and as you can tell, the losing sides rounds has been going down one by one. So if this game ends 7-2, I'm going to lose my mind. 5-7, 4-7, 3-7. If we get 2-7, maybe I'll buy a Plinko ball for myself and put it on. I don't know how Plinko balls work, but you get the gesture. I mean, it's been a crazy series so far. And if we go that 5th map, I'm either going to pull my hair out or be very excited.
Same. But I'm going to be very excited while pulling my hair out. Actually, I wouldn't pull my hair out because I actually like my hair. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to be Cafe
really
up
long hair.
next.
I used to have really long hair before I buzzed it 4 times.
You talking about me?
No, me. I used to have really long hair. But, like,
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, no, really long curls, but that's beside the point.
Be interesting to see this. Yeah, it is F5's map pick. I should have known because NuTorious won Clubhouse, so it was their map pick. It's gonna be Cafe. So because this is F5's map pick, of course, Team NuTorious get a chance to pick whatever side they want to start on, and just like every other map in this series, whatever team who starts on a map that isn't their pick, they've been picking the defensive side. So first map, what was it? It was NuTorious's map pick, F5 pick defense. Lab was F5's pick, NuTorious pick defense, and so forth and so on. That trend continues. We start off with the band face, you know. Zombie Castle gone.
Brava Grim as well. I mean, Grim expected. Brava's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
But
And go ahead.
I'm excited to see what they have cooking up if they think they need to ban out that duo on their executes.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, and Azami and Castle was really good on Cafe, especially for like the third floor sites, but also third floor holes to kind of eliminate these window angles and make them a little less potent. Zami's really popular for holding on to Piano because not only can you have a Kiba barrier over by Pixel, but you can essentially have her be in the middle of Piano and just have so much protection from the window angles with the Kiba barriers. Now that that's gone, top floor holes, I'm gonna be honest, will probably be a little bit weaker because you have nothing to completely block off these windows.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Now, upstairs, no Castle, no Azami. GG's to your overall hold into Cigar. Now, that's if you're overly aggressive, but having that Mira, pair that up with the Maestro and the Jaeger, you have something pretty good where you're able to sit from the comfort of sight and just take your time trying to pick off everybody one by one. So I'm excited to see how they'll play it out here. But as they take their sweet old time to execute, I am very, very curious to see how this game starts out. Because if it's NuTorious to take a lead by the half, I don't care whose preferred side it is. I think with the momentum that they've built up from that last map is going to end off the series on Cafe.
Start off with some ghost pressure on the cocktail windows, and I was wondering, like, what Team NuTorious would be doing on their defenses, considering that they don't have two of the main operators that are used to counter the window angles. Are they going to get a little bit more aggressive? You have somebody on the second floor in reading room who could jump out at any moment or just run out from the hell door. They're also clearing utility early as well from the skylight too. So F5 esports are. So yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to see what type of execute they go for. It seems like it's more red centered than anything else.
Chig getting an easy soft breach into Cigar, establishing a good point here, but you're going to have to be able to use these Logi bombs perfectly, especially with the amount of bulletproof cams and evil eyes that are on the board right here. One shot out, there's still one remaining, and Maestro's already stacked all of them, and Brava's already been banned, meaning we already are going to see a very utility-heavy cafe map here now. Attacking is very preferred for this map, but with the way NuTorious is playing it out here, they want to make it as hard as possible when it comes to approaching the site or approaching anything that's going to restrict you to a gunfight.
Top red in their control. They also have CS control too. So now you can, it looks like they want to try and move in to towards the bathroom position using the Blackbeard as a forward point, but he dies almost immediately. That's Ice Cold getting the first pick, and he follows it up with the second.
Maestro so distracted with all of that gunfire going on to bathroom. He's allowed Perseus to just walk on in. He'll use that Selma to be able to open up that mirror breach, but Ice Cold shuts out that player who's watching out his cross. Ice Cold goes nuclear, finds 1, 2, and 3 before getting double killed out by Stealth, but Jagarku's running on out from where?
Outside white. That's like the first round as well from Team NuTorious, starting off Cafe with a bang. And honestly, a very good round from Ice Cold playing in the bathroom position. They never opened up the bathroom wall, so you have a really safe spot to play in a corner. If you're the Maestro of Ice Cold, which he was just waiting for people to push him, because that's a spot that you have to clear. That is a win condition for F5 esports to focus on. They have to focus on that bathroom player if they want to try and get a plant down on the default or even on trash, because the bathroom player with that mirror window up can quite literally just line a shot up and shoot you from behind it. So honestly, just that inability to clear Ice Cold properly, sending in players one by one and him just eliminating anybody who stands in his way is a key win condition in that round from Team Nut.
Now, I wish I had thought of it in the moment while we were screaming about Ice Cold going crazy with that LMG. As the famous Glitter once said, get him some barbecue sauce for that 4-piece. I really hope I said that right here. I really miss him. I wish he could have joined us tonight, because he would have gone crazy on that. But still, he's with us in spirit, because if you're not going crazy without a man going nuclear with that LMG in hand, then I don't know what's wrong with you, because NuTorious opening it off with a defending round on Cafe is massive, Chaka.
Yeah, no, it's just like the way he opened it up too, like onto the Blackbeard first. That's like the main pushing power from F5 esports, and he was the only one willing to get aggressive on the bathroom player, and I just think he ADS'd a little bit too prematurely. Now in this round, F5 esports, it looks like they want to go for a top-down clear. They certainly have the operators to do this. You have Buck for vert control, Gridlock for the flank watch. So yeah, you have the tools at your disposal before even anything happens with those Gridlock charges. And I'm pretty sure she didn't even lay them out on red. Cheek dies. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't get this. Oh, what?
Now, I'd love to say that gambling is a bad thing, and gambling is a bad thing, kids. Don't do it, but if you wanted to ever encourage gambling, Good is really showing us why he wants to use that Plinko. Finding that first pick is absolutely massive here, and as his team is going to continue and wait to see the next pick, he's just dealing damage to anybody who walks into his crosshairs in a 1v4 situation that basically allows Good to isolate each and every player while the rest of NuTorious sits inside and waits to get their chunk of the pie.
At the moment, F5 esports just doing the simple things right for right now, which is just establish vert control and use the tools that they have at their disposal. They're probably going to be nervously checking their flank just because their flank watch died without using any of her track sinkers. So it's all about
now just establishing vert control, but then like trying to turn this into an execute. Are they going to go for a freezer execute? I would hope so, because I would think a bakery execute is too far out of their price range considering how much utility can be stacked on the bakery side. Notably though, they don't have a Warden or a Jaeger on that side of the map, so they could try and flip on that side of the map, but it looks like they are going to go freezer.
Hope to God this finally flips in the favor of F5 here now. Going off of a map loss and then playing on your turf on the attacking side just isn't going to be the preferred outcome here. Now, it's interesting because NuTorious picked the defensive side, which means they'll have the upper hand when they switch. Iceball taking care of Fire here. That's Capitao and Gridlock taken care of, and it's massive that you guys are losing bodies one by one. Ice Cold with another floor bang. Jagarku follows it up, and Jero continues to enforce the flawless round. What are we witnessing? F5, you're on your preferred side, and you guys can't find any substance.
And the important part about that, I suppose, is like they just couldn't really find a good way to execute. They tried dropping down freezer. They get smoked by the mute playing on sync. They try and play the vertical angles. They get killed by the solos down below. Even the Capitao wasn't even fighting anyone. He was just on the drone, but because it's a Solus, she could quite literally just floor bang you after pinging out where you are through her scanner. So it's another solid round from Team NuTorious and F5 Esports. They gotta go back and figure out what else can we do, because they tried to go for a roam clear and it worked for the most part. It wasn't like Team NuTorious were doing this like crazy extension. They got the map control for free. It was just, man, they couldn't execute with the positions that they have.
It's disastrous at this point. I mean, we expect them to do something with their preferred side, and I don't know if it's a tactical masterclass here for that team without a coach, but they've allowed F5 to go on the attacking first, Chaka, and call me crazy, this is an attacker-sided map. I don't care what anybody says. With the amount of external play, with the amount of verticality that you can play here, anybody can look good on Cafe when they start the attacking, but I don't know if it's F5 being demotivated or not being able to consult their coach here. They're lacking everywhere.
Huh? I don't think that fully, wow. They didn't even
fully go
like
down.
activate. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, it didn't fully activate, so he just like did that off a whim. Like right when he was activating the Nomad the Nomad charges. And again, that's the flank watch going down early without having, well, he tried to place one, but without having placed any of the rest of his charges. So there is no flank watch actually established around the map here of Cafe. And as we know it, Cafe is a haven for flankers, especially on brown, red, and white. The only staircases that you can flank up when you're going behind the attackers.
Better hope that we can see some form of substance here from F5 late when they lose a body. Hope that they're better off of pressure, because pressure makes diamonds apparently, because Fire takes care of Iceball, and now you're able to be on that level of man count and not be so stressed for time here. But still, with that clock still running down, you guys are going to completely ignore the vertical aspect and just go for mining, and that's a problem in itself. But Fire is going to be the one who addresses verticality by his lonesome. An interesting outgoing play here, but it actually might work.
Yeah, the only issue is that they can't walk in and plant because of the white position. And Fire is the only man up there by himself, but it looks like Z-Man has actually found like a way out. He killed the pillar player, so that may give you another option towards reading and actually towards this red hallway.
Wiser, no feed holes. Jero capitalizes off the Extinguisher's concussion effect by taking care of that blitz. Now, it is a 1v1 temporarily while that plank goes down, but as she cancels it, he knows the better of his intuition because he knows that there is no cross being held. His teammate is near hell, and now it is a beautiful shot. Does finally F5 get themselves on that board?
First round for F5 Esports on this attacking half, and it was really well gathered, especially once they lost that man advantage. Hatch wasn't initially opened for the Pixel player that was trying to hold up above, and he just got pushed off as soon as F5 Esports timed their push into trains. And I just think like F5 Esports, they're able to like find these really nice picks around the map. It wasn't just like top floor. Also, they killed the pillar player too. So, I mean, that gives you a lot more options
when it comes to where you want to attack. You can go double back to reading, maybe apply and execute there. Instead, what the blitz did was just apply pressure down 90 hallway, which kind of like forced some of the players on white and in reading into some really uncomfortable gunfights.
Quite interesting how you guys have a 2-0 lead and you've decided to not put feed holes and not play verticality correctly, especially when the other team's challenging you by just finding one focal point and hitting it with no vertical, with no clearing. And F5 actually managed to get away with it. And I question both teams. First F5 for trying that, and NuTorious for not absolutely destroying them with the amount of sight control that they really had.
5 seconds.
This is just like, I was also like afraid because like you still have white positions, like white stairs. Again, the defense's control, and they also still had a Solus who could have gone down below at any point as well to like stop the plan, because that whole floor and dining is like completely soft. Never happened because F5 Esports just found really good picks in pillar, as well as on the top floor, despite isolating and winning their gunfights. It's another third floor defense. You may just have another jump out here. F5 Esports haven't had like the best luck when it comes to jump outs or even flanks, like affecting them.
Hope they can convert something to be able to put it on level now. If they are able to win this round, Chaka, this is going to be identical to Consulate, where the team that isn't on their home turf starts out by winning out 2, and then the home turf team absolutely destroys them on the rest of the game. And I hope for the sake of either side that it isn't like that, because it's not going to be very challenging. But Cheek taking care of good only convinces me that we are heading down the same path.
Trying to get like 2 different runouts as well from Jero, who's trying to find a trade for his teammate, and he quite literally cannot do that. Now he's being tracked by the Deimos, and they know he's in pillar. So you can do it this one of 2 ways. You can kill him from the hell window, the heaven window, or the hell door. And that's a really nice pick that Team NuTorious have fought back for, but F5 Esports, they do well to battle back again to put themselves in front.
Finally, we're seeing that snowball effect that is really needed. And now, ice cold LMG back in bathroom. You saw what happened the last time he was allowed to have this. But again, they didn't have that man advantage, and taking care of that Ying, that's one of the operators that's crucial to the execution here. And NuTorious really are put in a horrible spot here, being down a man and having to rely on Solus to be able to deny this plant.
Solus was being pressured down below by somebody, but believe it was actually Perseus. I think he just repelled up above. But you still have the Solus down below, you're totally right. So they're going to try and repel in.
You see how many players are repelled, and somehow Stealth is putting down this case, and Solus is a little late to that calm, but he is finally forced off of it. How is Nomad running around in this site like a headless chicken, and nobody's getting close to her? Valk is sitting close, the cross is being watched, fire shuts him out, but Jero gets the refrag by taking care of that planter. Ice cold in the close range with that LMG will win the first gunfight, and it's an absolute rampage in sight as Ice Cold finds the second, and it's fire left in a 1v1, but it's so easy for Jero because you just have to land one shot. What the hell are we watching?
Man, Ice Cold with the Aldi is just like a different form of is a different type of dessert, man. I don't know what's going on with him and Maestro on top floor. But every time he's playing the Maestro, he finds really good impact as him on the top floor. And that time, it wasn't really anything different. Nomad's forced off the original plant spot, probably would have been a little bit more exposed to the Maestro in her original position on C2. So she tries to go and plant in the default corner in Cocktail. But the cover wasn't really that great. Why? Because the cover that was watching from the Cocktail window is watching the Stacks player, and nobody's watching Ice Cold on long bar that whole entire time. So it's just able to just walk up on the guy and kill him in the corner. That's supposed to be the safest plant spot. And I believe you had somebody on Skylight the whole entire round. And the reason why I know that is because I saw him drop behind as he allowed the Maestro to cross in front of him and kill his teammate planting. That is egregious from F5.
No way. Just
It's
no way.
chalked.
Just no way. Abandon the game. Abandon the game. I want everybody, you know, just... I'm speechless, Chaka. There's nothing to say. We're getting spawn peeked on the 4th map. We've been here for 4 hours. If you wanted that to happen, just forfeit 3-0. Iceball doubles down, taking care of stealth here. 2 players doubled outside of Bakery, but what good is that going to do when your Spear Entry is on 20 HP? You've lost the surprise element. You've lost your Heart Breacher, and it's a complete disaster class. Finally, Z-Man gets a refrag, but still, you are less than a minute in, and you have no leeway. You have no advantage, and you can't even say that it's a 5v5 because guess what? It's not. 3 casualties within the first minute of the round, and NuTorious are consistently notorious for catching these guys on their backhand, but throwing away the lead because Z-Man and Cheek team up to continue and punish them for overswinging, forcing Jagarku to make a return back to site. But the question is, can Jero hold it off before they hit that green light?
Giving over these picks, I don't think that's the play.
Oh, Lord have
I mean,
mercy.
Cheek just doubles up. Oh my god, and it's Jero in a 1v3. I can't.
Come on! I mean, if the lead was something to throw away, oh god, it's a basketball at this point. Jero looks to isolate a 1 as it's a temporary 2v1 while that plank goes down, but guess what? ACOG at that range is shutting you out every single time. And F5, by the graces of God, have closed out that deficit to just 1 round.
And like, I mean, I can't really stress this enough. Besides a few EMPs, what do EMPs and smokes, what do F5 have in order to fully execute in a Bakery to the point where we see Team NuTorious get aggressive? There's like really no reason to do that. I'm sorry. Getting aggressive on a Bakery like that when you have the man advantage and you could just like back off, you could even play vert, you still have red stairs control, Solus is still alive. Granted, she was the one aggressing onto the Bakery wall. She could have just like rotated outside of Bakery through service, maybe up white and then up upstairs. Either way, like you have plenty of options to just like not do what Team NuTorious did, and it just kind of gave them the gunfights. You know, F5 did really well in just turning that around, I guess.
Honestly, I can't even explain my feelings toward this game right now. The first 3 maps give us the glimpse of hope. These previous rounds have been like nails to a chalkboard. What are we seeing? Leads thrown out the window. Players not...
OBS pausing.
Yeah, shout out Rennie for that one. I mean, honestly, I'd pause. Anything to get out of the game at this point. You can only imagine us talking to each other, how strenuous that is, how we're going crazy now. Imagine doing this by yourself and having to watch this type of gameplay.
Rennie is a tilter as well, so I know she's losing it.
Oh, she's just ripping her hair out.
You know that one German meme where he's like, this guy's balding and he goes, it's like, I don't know what he says. It's like, is it over for me? It's somebody was like, oh, it's so sad how we know what he's saying.
Oh, and it's in German?
Yeah.
Yeah. How the hell do I know that? That was something like 3 years ago. Oh, hold on. Cheeg. Why is there so much real estate open? Where are the players? I mean, you have VIP established here.
Yeah,
Jero's
like,
holding out VIP. There's no shield. Some reason Jagarku's roaming. What is this hold?
What is this hold?
Why is he on the bar?
I have no idea. I'll be totally honest. You have no Solus. They're holding up above. They're gonna flank though, and then aggress. Oh, of course he wins.
Oh,
I mean, come on.
Oh God. Oh my God. You know what? Because he's Canadian, I'll give it to him. Like the Jays, we want it on. That's the narrative that NuTorious are pursuing. What a wall bang! Hello? The team up between Perseus and Stealth to finish off the job. Gets one back in blood. The second from Perseus puts them back up at level. And there's no way they sell the lead twice in a row. I mean, come on. Is it Cafe because they love making a comeback? Or is it Cafe because NuTorious love throwing that lead? You guys are so close to calling it a night. It's the difference between closing out this best of 5 in half an hour and closing it out 2 hours from now, because you guys are throwing away the Silver Inklings each and every round.
That's the sound of a distressing man who really wants to study for his exam tomorrow, by the way.
Yes, yes it is. I have 3 exams tomorrow, and we're watching good, wide swing, and win every gunfight. With that being said, the kids forced lose, and Stealth waltzes in with no repercussion, with Jero just hiding in the smoke. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually crashing out.
Oh
If he wins this, I'm done. I swear to God, if he wins this, I'm done.
Hold up. What?
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
I actually have tears coming out right now. Are you serious? Why is it that close? In what world is it ever that close? You're gifted a 2-man advantage, and we've taken that advantage and said, yeah, man, we like hard times. We like hard times. And, respectfully, I know Ice Cold has a bedtime. To be honest, it's passed by 2 hours now.
Just think about the bands. Like, what are... okay, Ying. Ying is a classic band on Cafe because obviously she's associated with Skylight Executes. She's really powerful for that. I say she was. She still is. So maybe F5 Esports think Team NuTorious will just like cheese their way to a win. In the modern meta that is kind of like very popular today, just because the defense just has so many tools at their disposal, that cheesing is sometimes the only way you could win, especially on a map like Cafe. She's also really good for VIP executes. Blackbeard's gone as well. We've seen, I think it was like Ice Cold play the Blackbeard a couple of times throughout this whole entire series. And
it's
in
not
response
even Ice
to that,
Cold
Team
anymore.
Nut banned Mira and Fenrir. You said what?
It's not Ice Cold anymore. He's Ice Warm the way they've been throwing this lead away. Yes, he's 8 and 5. You guys have to play as a unit. For the love of God, for me, for your relatives that live in the same house as you, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like they want to go to map 5. This should be a 5-1 lead right now for NuTorious. They are exploiting the fact that F5 aren't calling a timeout, which is lovely, but they aren't taking the full grasp, which is starting to hunt them. If F5 grasps something, if they find a gap to hit, you better bet on everything that they are going to come back with the passion to force this OT and eventually a 5-5.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Okay, I thought they changed their lineup a little bit. Should I run out? Okay. No, they did change their lineup a little bit. Originally, they had, I thought they had a different shield. No, they did not. It looks like they're poising for a bakery take, but like I don't think they have the utility necessary for it.
It's all quiet here as they, oh, they're gonna rush. Oh my God, they might rush. Oh no, I don't like the way that looks. No. They have Sens and they have Blitz. This guy's pre-firing crazy, but it works because they do hear that door. I didn't even see Z-Man. The shadow was actually overshadowed, and now it's a 1-man advantage for NuTorious as they are going to find a gap to hit. If they find the gap, they're rushing, and I'm telling you right now, they think Sens is enough to hit that.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the only top 4 player that could have been your brown player. So now what they can do actually is rotate Goodnight to white and then just cut off Freezer here, like what they're doing now. Cut off Freezer,
What
cut
the
off
hell?
Whiskey, and then just jump in double bar window.
Oh, what a shot by Iceball. Jigarku taking care of Cheeg, and then Stealth forgot his headset at home. A 1v3. I mean, it's kind of what you get for finishing somebody off with a C4, saying, haha, let me just rub it in that you're downed. With Fire left by his lonesome in sight, left to fight it out, the main idea should be to get as aggressive as you can to find a body before that pressure amounts here, but not in the fashion of swinging out in the middle of the hallway with no second plan. And it's finally a NuTorious dominated round, and this is exactly what we should have expected when we went into this series.
It's going to be the first map that we see that's won by the opposite team whose map pick this isn't. Like, this isn't Team Nut's map pick. They're most likely going to win it at what could be the final map of the game. And F5 Esports throughout the whole entirety of the series have, well, I think they've taken one timeout, but I know on Clubhouse for sure they did not take a single timeout. And they're not going to take one here. That's been confirmed. So we go straight to reading and dining. And no third floor. I mean, like, you have no Mira in the lineup, but you have a zombie and you have Castle. So when you play Mira, man, not third floor.
Am I immature for just laughing at Team Nut? I mean, like,
Nah.
yeah, no, it's funny to say it while you're casting, like in the middle, and you start yelling, and it's just a bunch of back and forth. But I mean, F5, I'm speechless at this point. They've tried so hard. They've kept their foot on the gas here, but now it is falling apart, and it's evident. I mean, you think this is what happened in their previous BO5s, because in the Crypt series, literally we had 90% of these maps in that BO5, and it went the same exact way. NuTorious opens it up, and then F5, and then NuTorious takes 2, and it's ended out in 4 maps here. I would have loved to see Skyscraper, because that is testing both teams' ability, but when you play 4 maps that have 3 floors in very, very similar ways to either control the verticality or establish a line of sight into a specific area of the map, then you're not really challenging the team on how wide they can go with the variety of their strats.
Okay, so they are holding on to the third floor, and it seemed like at first they did put the Azami in piano just to waste some times, but now I think she'll only be down to 2 Kibas by the time her second one recharges after using 3 Kibas in piano. So, now they kind of have to give up the map control, but they have these far out angles that they can hold from.
Oh.
What the hell?
Yeah, question mark, all you want, good night. He really wants to gamble tonight.
Oh,
wow,
man.
living up to the name, onto the smoke as well. He had 3 toxic babes in the pocket, and even with Good losing that amount of HP, he doesn't even care. He's going to continue to get aggressive, and with that one-man lead, you approach 90 seconds with NuTorious continuing to keep their foot on the gas. I highly doubt that they're going to stop even losing that much health. Siege timing allows Z-Man to not be able to close this ace out, and with Jagarku's legs flailing around and Cigar, he's not going to get caught off guard here, but they're dealing that damage tick by tick. And now F5 are starting to get isolated, and the positions are starting to come out here as there's only 2 players to keep this held down, and with the overwhelming amount of pressure coming in from Bolo as well, we might see an over topple of that vertical control, and as the health continues to deteriorate, Stealth comes in with a big kill onto Goodnight.
In fact, they're gonna freeze off White to buy them some time to rotate down below as well and put themselves just outside of the site. So full vert control is in favor of Team NuTorious, but they don't really have anything to take advantage of it. They have no soft read potential despite going for AOM reading execute. There is some preset vert here, but that's all they're given by F5 Esports.
Just 30 seconds left on the clock there. That Zoto canister locks off that breach. Perseus in the depths of train here has a long angle that he can really exploit if he stays alive, but his position's locked out, so the players know exactly what to look for, and Jagarku executes by taking him out, and that is a big pick, especially operator in position. They're able to continue and grasp this site. Little by little, square foot by square foot, Z-Man finds Jagarku, Stealth doubles down by finding Ice Ball here, and finally, F5 have won a round by dominating their ones and finally showing us why they're in this grand final. They're no longer asleep, and for the love of God, call a timeout to build on this.
Nah.
No, don't say that, please. God damn it.
No, they're actually not. So, like, I kind of was a little bit weirded out. I missed something with Team NuTorious's lineup, and the thing that I missed the most was, like, I didn't see any vert ops. Like, besides a few preset vert angles that F5 left open for them before they dropped off and abandoned the third floor, Team NuTorious had no way of taking advantage of vert. So, I mean, you have somebody on the overturned bookcase, you have a player in laundry as well, I believe. You have a player who can stand right in the reading doorway outside of the 90 hall as well. And there's really like not like there's a lot of positions you can play and ride out in to stop the execute and reading, which, you know, because Team NuTorious, they have no way of making extrovert to completely make the site uninhabitable. Well, those players are allowed to rat out in those positions, and they just gave F5 Esports a way back into the game.
I am surprised that F5 managed to win that, just because that power position from the Solus was taken.
What?
You know what? I'm not even surprised. Like, I could act all surprised, get all angry, but you know what? Whatever. 5v4 spawn peek from the Tachanka against the Lion DMR gives F5 the advantage they so desperately need to close out this deficit here. With Perseus going 2-7, he needs to wake up, but still, both teams refusing to call a timeout. Only one this whole series has been called by F5 on the first map, and we've yet to see anybody take that second, go back to that drawing board, and talk about what needs to be done.
Toppy's taken here in the meantime. So now that can be used to open up the ticket wall as well, which I think they've already done. They opened up that ticket wall, so now you have an angle on the position, on the ticket position, which has like vert directly above where the default plant spot is. And that's probably all you need, because like look at how far back F5 Esports are.
The clock continues to run down here, and with this site being mining, verticality is a heavy aspect, and it looks like NuTorious are finally learning this, but you guys are taking too much time on clearing Cigar first and foremost, with most of the players just chilling there. Now, the Mute Jammer is going to keep this wall closed out here, and with that player watching that rappel, you can't get too carried away. Stealth really trying to get that lucky kill, but still the clock continues to run down, and just having this pressure from the pillars is going to be detrimental to NuTorious's overall grasp on this site, because they're going to have to continue to second guess.
They have no way of like clearing this shield neither. So this is like a really, I mean, you have one so much hard, so you can totally do it. But the guy behind the shield has an impact. So he can totally just stop his shield from being destroyed.
Scopos robot still yet to meet any form of destruction. Z-Man opens it up by taking care of Jagarku. Still taking heavy amounts of damage. Iceball deletes Cheeg. He had the upper hand. He had that one way, but still manages to lose it. And Iceball is let loose here. Has the overall crisp flank as he'll take care of Z-Man next. Stealth parked out here on Pillar. I'm not Twitter engagement farming, but still, this is a problem, because what do you call that? Stealth now trying to get floor banged here. Percy is taking heavy amounts of pressure, forced to rotate back into Fireplace. Only two players with heavy amounts of damage dealt to both of them, having to verse against a very healthy attacking team here. And with only 8 seconds left, they know that the green light is only now, as F5 look to try to deny this plant. He'll catch Iceball on the back heel. You're forced to scramble, go on to the other side of mining, as you need to win this first one, but Jero shuts you out. NuTorious, one round closer from ending it off and finally saying goodnight.
And from a team that wasn't finishing first of their group, just like F5, losing to them, I think, when was the last time they lost to them? Like last week or something? Either way, like Team NuTorious, the way that they started off Cafe, red hot form, ice cold clutching up, getting some crucial 4Ks and 3Ks on his defenses, as the maestro in at least 2 of those rounds. And now after that last attacking round, the only thing that was stopping them from planting was that train player. Once they cleared them out, they just like booked it from pillar room after killing the Scopos, and then just going into mining and starting the plant off. Originally it was,
are you serious?
Pillar, but now we have a timeout. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
4 maps later? You're telling me you called the timeout when you're on the brink of losing the series? I'm speechless. I am speechless. Now, F5 have spawn peaked with Tachanka, and it's worked. They've done the undoable. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had a comeback here, but I'm so infuriated that they call the timeout now because it was realistic for a comeback earlier. It doesn't matter if you're on your own map now because there is such a large lead built up from NuTorious. They have the momentum even carrying on from the previous map, and you guys are the ones that are just taking it. Flon, I hope to God you'd have just given the best speech of your life. Otherwise, you guys are going home 3-1.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see the timeout at like 5-2 or 5-3 even. It feels like it's a little bit late to that. I say a little bit. It's kind of
Little bit.
late. It's kind of late.
Oh, no. We're one round away from ending. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Actually, with the Flon timeouts, I will say he actually calls play, so I'm not going to be surprised if they win this round and take it to 4-6, where eventually NuTorious takes it 7. That's my overall prediction.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
Well, maybe one final chance from FIB Esports because like Team NuTorious on their attacks have looked pretty solid, and it feels like they're all just like it feels like they can do no wrong apart from like that last round where we saw like the 417 from Goodnight get like spawn peeked by a Tachanka LMG. It feels like they can't do any wrong.
I can't believe he got spawn peeked by Chanka LMG. And it was good as well. And Good promised me that he's winning this and gambling it all with a Plinko. So when they said that, I thought they were trolling, but it looks like they're so serious because the co-streamers are saying that. And they're all so adamant on gambling that I'm really concerned that they're only performing better because of the gambling aspect of things. But as F5 look to have completely disregarded any form of passive play here, Fire tries to get very aggressive and almost loses his life in the process.
Yeah, he backs up. That means that like, oh, actually there's like no type of bakery hold. So they could just take bakery for free, and that's exactly what they do, to just walk in.
Jero finds one, instantly traded out here. Jagarku taking some damage, but lives to tell the tale with Good. Backing up this Monty, they've gotten a foothold into Small Bacon. They're able to make their way towards Bakery or try to pressure that man who's on Reddit. And it looks like it's going to be the latter as Perseus gives away his location. He has no other opportunity whether to just walk up. Good is now flanking. Valk knows, shuts him out, and Good finds death while Perseus takes care of Ice Cold. Cheek shoots Ice in the back, and now it's Jagarku left on the other side of the map. No case in hand, and the defender circling. Doesn't hear that impact until he catches Z-Man on the backhand. I mean, both teams, no headset. But still, it's exactly what we expected. The timeout serves in the favor of F5 here, and they're going to close out the deficit to just 2, hopefully.
Well, maybe Jagarku gets like a crazy 1v3 collect. You never know.
That's why I just said
This
hopefully.
cafe has given us some surprises.
Some.
Yeah, some a lot. Jagarku does go down brown stairs, but I mean, the diffuser's in red, and he has like no info.
C4 hits him for a good amount of HP, and Stealth finishes off the job. Wouldn't have mattered anyway because it was a headshot, and now 4-6. Can F5 continue to keep this snowball effect going, or are they going to falter after the first glimpse of hope that we've seen in a really, really long time?
See, because their next set of choices is going to be the reading room and fireplace hall. I noticed that even though they gave up bakery control, this is something that some teams will do. When they give up bakery control, they have a hold on top floor, which is why I'm assuming Team NuTorious were clearing top floor, going up red with the Monty. But I mean, the cutoffs just felt like they were established like a little bit too late, and it was only one player who went on a cutoff. It wasn't like a collective effort to like help the Monty clear up top so that they could probably get like an easy plant down in front of the red hall, in front of like the red hall head holes or something. Like it just on a bakery wall. Either way, it is still match point from Team NuTorious in this best of 5 grand final.
5 seconds to go.
Verticality is going to be established with those operators, and surprisingly, I mean, we know F5 banned Castle when they were on the attack, but NuTorious didn't in some how F5 don't bring them. And that's an operator, you know, that contributes to the overall vertical aspect of things, which kind of starts to raise a couple of eyebrows on what the overall idea here is. But it kind of works out as Fire opens it up with your Smoke being the most aggressive player and taking care of that floor as a refrag soon to follow. But that player is long gone and heading on over to mining.
Yeah, it's also the floor res down, so now you can't really, apart from Ace and Ash, which you wouldn't want to use their utility for, you cannot deal with the Keeble barriers any other way. So that's a little bit, well, bad. And so now they're going to have some issues with interacting with this top floor.
Solus really making her presence known here. And as she hears the footsteps, it's a little yellow ping to support her teammates that are trying to keep these attackers at bay on the uppermost floor here. And as Jigarku looks to go back up the Monty, that hole in that freezer double is going to allow anyone to swing out and catch anyone off guard that's in Cigar, but it also is a double-edged sword as Jigarku can also just stay aimed in here and watch anybody that crosses. But as of now, Jero is going to try to open a bathroom here and try to establish that pressure as well, but they're all sitting parked out here. They're waiting for that win condition. What is the surprise? What are they waiting for here? I'd have loved to say that it was Stealth with that C4, but he's upstairs getting his hands dirty. He has been going crazy this game, but right now he's going to need a miracle because these players are being picked off one by one. Ice Cold gets a kill. Cheek and Stealth followed up by getting 2 of their own, and the man advantage is very short-lived here as now F5 are fighting back, and it's just 2 players with no heavy soft breaching. You just have those pockets, and you're going to have to get very aggressive before you're picked off one by one.
And the only plant that they can really go for is probably a reading plant. It's a little bit safer than going for dining. You have vert control, but the issue with that is that you're outnumbered. So both of them may just have to drop into pillar together in order to ensure that this plant goes down safely.
Stealth sitting close on the couch here is one of those surprising plays that not a lot of players expect here. And hopefully this ace is very keen on checking your corners. Zero finds the first, but caught off guard. Has to reload, so he's dead. Now, Jigarku has 2 bodies to deal with. One in the close, and one is trying to waste out his time here. He'll shut out Stealth, but he's turned his attention away from the site, and with this clock continuously running down, an easy flank for Perseus. The difference has just been closed out to 1. And can F5 finally push it the full mile and send us to Skyscraper?
Very interesting as well, too, that Team NuTorious in that 2v4 decided to just like split up and take their individual ones, and it almost could have worked there. There is a chance though that F5 do tie the game up from there, because their holes have just been a lot more convincing. It's looked a lot more solid, especially in that last round where they had like a good hold on the top floor. They got the opening pick, and even though they lost one on their retreat, they were still able to leave with the man advantage from top floor. There is a chance for F5. There is still hope, even after taking a timeout a little bit late.
If these guys take it to overtime, you know what? I'm going to be visibly angry. Or audibly angry, because, are you serious? It could have been a comeback so much earlier. They could have had the lead, but now it's a continuous game of catch-up. And without knowing what happens next, you guys can lose this game and get out of this series and lose the grand final at any moment. That's an issue. I hope that they can win this, send it to overtime, win it, and send us a Skyscraper. We said it in the beginning. It's going to be a game of continuous back and forth. And right now, that prophecy is being fulfilled.
One can only hope. So Team NuTorious, they do have another attack here. One more chance to close it out in regulation. They have the advantage. They have serious point. They have an opportunity to close out the map in this very round. And it's going to be mining and dining, the site of attack that they have to go through first. And this was the round. This was the site as well that got them on to match point. Eventually, they were able to win an attack just on this site alone. But they took so long to get it together. And the reason why was because they had so much issues clearing the mining player, but there's no shield there anymore. So they won't have to deal with that. The only thing that's there are the head holes, which can deny the plant too.
Very risky angle here for the player sitting on Bolo. Shaiko. Now, Z-Man almost throwing away his life and throwing away that lead that F5 desperately need, but with his location being given away continuously, you're going to have a man lurk up from Brown, the other one get on the skylight in the third, play off that new balk, and there you go. That's a three-way cross to try to deal with him, but Perseus might come to his help and try to help him out here from Pillar. He tried to frag him with a hard reach.
What the heck? Well, that's not good. Not in not in the grand finals on match point.
Oh God! I mean, you say it, and it's starting to go in the favor of F5 here now. First blood in the favor of Stealth. The guy is going crazy. He is unstoppable. Cheeg gets his double digits by taking care of Jero, and now overtime, looking to be very viable here, as it's just one by one by one. NuTorious crumbling.
It's almost fire to go down as well, but with such a heavy man disadvantage, you also lose your ace too, so that means that if you wanted to go for a top floor clear, it's a lot weaker.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Perseus on the flank. Ice Cold taking care of Z-Man. Cheeg getting Jigarku, and Ice Cold is left in a 1v4 situation with two players in critical health, but they're all parked out. They have no rush to swing you. The kit is left loose. They have the overall grasp on site and the flank. Everything is pointing towards OT unless a miracle is provided by Ice Cold here. With just 10 seconds left on the clock, the impossible is just not gonna happen because he's gonna be shut up by the easy swing, and we're going to overtime.
I can't believe it. 6-3 down to now 6-6 on defense, and it's F5 to start on defense in overtime. Both teams have had issues on their attacks, and it was only 2 attacking rounds that Team NuTorious were able to win. One was, I believe, on first floor, and then the other one was on the second floor site. And then post that, it just seems like the attacks dried up. And I think the reasoning for that is that we've seen towards the end of these rounds, Team NuTorious just aren't able to work together. It's like what you said before when they switched over to their defense, before they switched over to their attacks, was the fact that they need to start working together more. And in these attacks, they've just kind of like been splitting up. They've been taking more ones. And for the most part, when they've switched over to the attack, they've been losing them. And they 100%. Have not gotten it together. So now it's an OT game, and they have to get it together for OT to potentially close out the series, unless F5 can win Cafe.
I feel like these guys need to write an ode to Happy if they win this in OT, because the second he joined, these guys called a timeout and locked in. But it looks like Cheeg almost destroys that narrative by almost spawn peeking, getting his head chopped off, but gets to live to tell the tale. And with this roster, Chaka, I'm leaning towards a very heavy bakery overall here, and I'm very concerned on how both teams never play vertical when it comes to addressing this site.
To be fair to F5, they did play vertical that one time that they fully gave up top floor control. I mean, yeah, but when they fully gave up bakery control, I'm surprised they didn't close off the wedding door when they were doing this. But now it's been freezed off. That's both Selmas now gone, and you only have one Selma left. And Cheeg has 2 more freezes.
The Zotos, paired up with the Electric Claws, have denied the Aces and the Roora charges, and now the barricade's completely taken care of. Only one left in the pocket of Jigarku, but Good has wedged himself into Kitchen, and as he eats a C4, he doesn't fall, but on 1 HP, and eventually falls to the pressure of Perseus. Fire backs it up by taking care of Ice Cold here, and the Bees still giving away the position of the players in Bakery. Iceball capitalizes, can't find that second kill, but still, you approach that 90-second mark, and you're still down to body. And the defenders haven't lost overall control of site here, as they have the utility, they have that Vulcan canister, and it's starting to crumble in the hands of NuTorious.
You have so many safe positions that you can play in if you're F5 Esports. You really haven't had to give up anything besides bakery control, and that's totally fine when you have coke check
Oh, God.
control watching for the direct entry, there is no way Team NuTorious are getting in the sight.
Ice Ball gets one, but quickly traded off after. Now Fire's left on 1 HP. Just needs to sit up by the chassis and just wait this out here. Jero taking care of Perseus on the flank, but he doesn't have the case, meaning he's going to have to isolate or go and do something magical when he picks that case up. But with a quick 2-tap, Fire has finally, for the first time this whole map, put his team up ahead. And now it is F5 to finally approach that match point and eventually send us to Skyscraper if they can close it out.
And you better hope as well that Team NuTorious can pull it together on their defenses, because that's what seemingly Cafe has been pointing to is defense. That's what's been happening. In that last round, Team NuTorious had a really hard time clearing Bakery without losing anybody. Despite the Monty getting such an advanced position, he was ultimately isolated within Bakery. Not only is the single Bakery wall not being opened, but the Bakery double door is being smoked off. So Monty effectively has no help. And I think at that point, if I see that a Tubarão is in bottom red, stopping my wall from getting open, I don't know, I might just send it and kill him myself, because that is completely frustrating. There's really no way that you can get around the Tubarão when he's in bottom red like that, stopping the reward gate from closing, and then also stopping you from clearing Bakery properly.
I'm genuinely just lost for words at this point. They have literally brought this back so far, and now they are going to push it the full mile and challenge NuTorious on Skyscraper. Can they finally defeat the overall haul of NuTorious terror on F5's history? They haven't won a BO5 against them. They've rarely won the BO3s against them, and when they have, they've been challenged all the way to map 3 and had to be pushed to that final mile. F5 can make their own history here. And for NuTorious, you guys are going to be remembered as the guys who couldn't close it out in 4.
It's cold.
Thank you.
Oh, like, that's totally fair. I mean, look, Team NuTorious had their opportunities. Like they've had more than 2, more than 3 even, and somehow they just have not been able to close it out.
I mean, I told you early in the stages before the comeback even happened. I said it. If you see these guys continue to try to isolate their ones and chase the fame and the clips instead of closing it out in regulation, then they're going to either go to OT or suffer a horrible comeback. And guess what happened?
This might just be a horrible comeback, to be fair. F5 Esports attacking third forward this time around, establishing themselves on the cocktail windows as well, with Nomad covering the window jump outs. Yeah, it's pretty popular here on Cafe. Castle and a zombie being banned. You cannot close off these windows anymore if you're Team NuTorious.
Good. It's just playing the floor as lava, because it is literally lava right now. Can't go anywhere, and the Candelas fully stun him here. Ice cold on Maestro LMG should be enough to comfort him, especially in the position that he's currently in. Bathroom. Now, with this hold on the vertical aspect of things, they're trying to force a mistake here out of NuTorious. And with that Z4 going loose, it's going to be NuTorious to strike first. G goes down. Heaven has not been taken care of yet. And it's starting to shape up to be an F5 round because of the amount of pressure they're establishing. But NuTorious have something to say about that. They'll get first and second blood as Monty's left by his lonesome, wins the gunfight for himself, and Perseus has now opened up all of Ticket and Cigar for himself. Now, one man sitting out in the corner, and unlucky for Perseus. He has 81 bullets to go crazy with. Check the corners. It's Siege 101. Ice cold with 1 and 2. A 1v4. And it looks like we're going to all 15 rounds, Chaka.
Yeah, there's no way Stealth wins this. He's been great all map long, but he has no chance in hell to clutch out a 1v5. Oh, he's just lagging. Totally fine though. But to be fair, like Ice Cold, man, you give him third floor, Maestro, name a better combo. he's been really potent whenever he's played the Maestro up top, and he hasn't even had to use the evil eyes all that much, which is when Maestro was introduced and Cafe, or what I say introduced, like, yeah, when he was introduced, Cafe was one of his best maps, especially around the third floor area, because you can put his cams in piano, you can get a lot of info piano, you can get a lot of info in long bar, and now with the third cam, you can get info literally anywhere else that you don't have info on. And he hasn't had to use it for really all that much. He hasn't had to use his gadgetry all that much at all. It's just been the LMG. He's just been smoking F5 Esports on defense, third floor as Maestro with an LMG.
God, he is the truth on that Aldeon. I mean, you can't be reliant on a gun to go crazy is all I'll say, but it's been working for him, and yes, granted, yeah, winning your ones is important, but you guys need to be able to play like a team. We've seen too much divided play on the attacking here for a team to be on Cafe, opponent's turf on the attacking side with that max OT. This is the side that is preferred for this map. Come together, play as a unit, and this is going to be the easiest thing you guys have done all night.
It's not just Team NuTorious that have had this issue, F5 have as well, where it just seems like the individuals as a unit, it doesn't really feel like a unit when they're on their attacks. Attack historically has always been harder on siege. And sometimes you may just see lapses of teamwork. And it looks like they might be just going for a rush here. They just opened up ticket wall and everybody's just poised up on the red hatch.
I swear to God, if they go for a rush here, I'm going to lose my mind. After that last round, where they tried it and they got absolutely destroyed, thinking to try it again on round 15, genuinely might be the worst idea I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, there was only one player up here that was Z-Man by himself. Now you can fully beep the rest of this third floor roam that you're now clearing.
Oh, no.
And they probably could. Oh, wow.
Stealth? Nah, that's LeBron. As from deep, he'll take care of Ice Ball. Say goodbye to one of the most critical operators for the later stages of the round here. And they're going to completely give up that pressure while Valk remains on white. And they have a grasp on sight like no other here. But Fire with another kill to take care of Jero here. And can F5 really do it? Fire says yes as he takes care of Jagarku. Ice cold. Can you stop the bleeding? You've suffered 3 casualties and you have no response so far. With a minute left and one of your operators being a shield, you guys are staring down a very, very dark barrel.
I mean, it's all up to Ice Cold now. Besides, like, this third floor control,
oh my God, they've done it.
What have you really done?
Oh my God.
F5 Esports have completed the comeback after being 5-2, then 6-3 down. NuTorious just could not close out Cafe. Those attacks were something else. Lapses of concentration, sometimes playing way too individualistic, and other times completely jumping the gun.
That genuinely might be one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life. 1 round to win. 6-2. And you guys gave up the lead to go down 6-7, no pun intended, to lose in the max OT. I'm speechless, honestly. There's no words that are positive that are about to come out of my mouth. That's why I really wanted Whiskey Glitter here. He would have been the perfect person for a post-match interview. Holy shit, that just happened. Without, honestly, the words, the lack of words speak for themselves, but nearly 12 a.m. Eastern, we have another map to be played, so without further ado, let's send it to a quick break. We'll be back soon. Hold on to your hats, grab a snack, some hydration, because not even the Jays game went on this long last fucking night. After a Sino meltdown, we bring it to you. After the break, 2 maps to 2 maps, F5 have broken the curse of getting destroyed 3-1 in grand finals. Chaka, how are you feeling?
I keep saying I'm feeling good. And I'm still feeling good, but I'm also very worried for NuTorious because I'll be totally honest, losing the map the way that they lost the map is a complete mental chocker. I would be totally out of it by that point.
I agree. Honestly, we were talking about how if they don't fix up by the 9th round, then we're going to see a comeback. And guess what? We went the full miles, exactly what we saw. Now, with that being said, there is such a large advantage being built up by the ability to bring this comeback. So there's only one thing left to be said, and it's the ability for F5 to show us what they really have in store, huh?
Yeah, so F5 just won their own map pick of Cafe. I had to get that right because I keep forgetting. So like now they come into Skyscraper with like not only just the better mental but also like the better momentum too because of the way that they won Cafe. Like they came back from 5-2 down, then 6-3 down, then they took a timeout, and then they won it 8-7. So now they have to take that momentum and start winning some attacks on Skyscraper, which is not easy.
I want to mention that we're currently at 6-7 viewers right now. But back into the real world.
Attackers need to locate.
That might have been the greatest speech of all time given by Flan if they came back from that 6-3 to win it in OT. I don't think I've ever seen that before, especially that late in a BO5. Endurance is the biggest thing, and it looked like F5 was already defeated. But now they're the full mile. Now they're ready to keep their foot on the gas here. And having their opening round on the attack, you better hope to God that they can get this on the road before waiting to have to heat up and allowing NuTorious to snowball their pressure and their momentum until F5 crumbles.
10 seconds left.
Bans are pretty typical here on Geisha. More so like the Mira ban. Kaid is pretty good just to have an easier time opening up the exterior walls here on Sky. As well as the Monty and the Grim being banned. Monty is obviously very popular for taking top black. Whereas Grim is just good all around for helping like do an office overclear, for example. So getting rid of those two operators kind of means you have more of the map to hold, but I mean you also leave open a Blitz and a Blackbeard, which Blackbeard's going to be picked in this round by F5 ESPORTS for Cheek.
Thermite surprisingly not banned. They've decided to take that surprise factor off the board here. You don't want to deal with that Monty, especially when he applies that pressure on such a small map. But you know what you didn't account for is Ice Cold just disregarding the status quo of not swinging into an air jab, eats it, runs out, and gets a very good reward, and he'll take care of Fire, the first kill of map 5 here, as the rest of F5 looks to advance on throughout Shrine and Terrace.
The flank watch now down, so you can't cover your house stairs flank unless Fire already got into the building and did that, but I think he died over by Office's side. They do get good control here of Shrine, and they're able to walk through the terrace, but it's going to be really hard to walk through. The only thing they have as a hard breach is the Thermite, so they can't really open up behind half wall and T room. The only thing they can really open is this exterior wall just outside of Geisha.
That collateral damage also is going to be able to have a walkable rotate into drums as well, which may be a double benefit to have later in the round if you can clearly take out the players that reside in drums, Geisha, and on those restaurant stairs. You'll be able to take that full control and keep these defenders scared or on their toes when it comes to approaching this site. But as you get to that 1 minute mark here, it's more F5 being scared because they haven't been able to find a kill.
I also don't seem to have much information besides now knowing that there is a player playing aggressively on the half wall. Now it's going to be all about, do they want to really push into these crossfires over by Karaoke, or do they want to try and isolate this one player in Geisha and take this Geisha control?
F5 finally getting a pick here as Ice Cold does fall. The double swing between Perseus and NuTorious. What just happened? NuTorious had him dead to rights, but Perseus manages to walk out of that alive. Gets one kill here, and the player who was watching him from Geisha is not going to support his teammate, but Iceball takes matters into his own hands, relieves that pressure from Geisha, but gets traded out very fast. Perseus falls as Good finds his 2. Sheik finally taking care of Jagarku, but Good's triple is just good enough. As finally, the first round has been determined, and NuTorious are starting it off with a bang.
It's a huge round as well from Good Knight, who's been consistently performing well throughout the whole entire series, especially map 1. He was a lot better on. For the rest of the maps, he was okay, but he didn't quite reach the heights that he did on map 1. That was a really big round from him, a 3K as well, getting the trade over in Geisha, getting then the follow-up kill as well to retain Geisha control, and then in the end, clutching the 1v1 to ensure that Team NuTorious win their very first descent on Skyscraper after it got a little bit dicey.
This is the biggest barn burner I've had in a minute. I can't remember the last time that we've had a map that goes the full length and then takes us to map 5. It's been a crazy journey, and we are on our second BO5 together, and I think this is the furthest we've ever gone. We've never gotten this much action here, and both teams have performed beyond my expectations. F5 coming back from a very large deficit, and then NuTorious winning on Conflict the way they did, being down and being able to reset, go to the drawing board and talk about what was going on, and win it out in regulation. It's been beautiful from either side here. It's really all about what you can do when it comes to Skyscraper, and that was something we were talking about by the second map. It was about how the teams challenge each other on a map that isn't like the others. It's not 3 floors, it's much smaller, and it kind of encourages very close proximity gunfights.
Yeah, and I wonder who's going to be really better at that. I think it's been Team NuTorious throughout the whole entire series who's been better at winning their individual ones. I think the only players to really show up on the dam for F5 Esports has been Stealth and Fire at points. Cheek has had some individual moments himself, but it's mainly just been Stealth and Fire. And Fire was really consistently good for F5 throughout the whole of Element 6. So it's no surprise to see that after the first pick has been gathered there from Team NuTorious, that Fire is the one to get a body bag here for F5 after they've now gotten this karaoke over control.
He just blew up a drone, by the way. Beautiful.
Oh, well.
As the intel is denied. Not Fire, but I think it was Stealth. But Fire makes up for that intel loss as he'll take the head off of Good. No triple kills this round as he'll be taken care of earlier in the round. With 90 seconds left, these attackers can take their sweet time to formulate a cohesive push, but it doesn't really matter to them as they're finding a gap to hit and they're hitting it hard. Stealth follows it up by taking care of Ice here, and as Jagarku eats a Candela, the second one raining on in here, he's forced into a corner where Ying exactly knows where he is, but he can't capitalize off of it as he's quickly taken care of, but an easy refrag for Cheeg, as now it's just Jero, no shield in hand. Volcan's popping up against him, forcing him into the depths of office here, but with a 3-way cross being held, he's directly into the hands of Perseus, and a beautiful execute from F5 gets them right back on the board.
Really nice attacking win as well. The way that they gathered the karaoke and T control, and then transitioned that over to then getting into Shrine. Fire finding some really good impact. Some really good kills too. It was like the first one he found was a trade once Team NuTorious got the opening pick, but then once he got into Shrine, maybe a little bit of a mistake for the player in Exhibition who overpeaks just a little bit and gives an advantage over to F5 Esports. And it's not even just Shrine that they're pressured from, they're also coming in from Terrace as well. And it just makes it that much harder for Team NuTorious.
I don't even know how to feel at this point. I feel like my voice is going to be gone by the end of the cast, but what a game this has been. I mean, both teams really challenging each other, and I feel like it's a script at this point, Chaka. It has been like clockwork. All 5 maps, NuTorious wins the opening round, and then F5 follows it up by getting their round. It's back and forth until one team runs away with the lead post-halftime. Is that going to be the narrative right now? What do you think?
I don't know. This game has truly challenged what I know and love about this game. I'm gonna be totally honest.
Yeah, I've never been so dumbfounded when it comes to making a correct prediction. But I did say we were going to go out the full length, by the way. Just
Yeah.
saying, just a flex. But still, there's a long way until the end here, and it's really an endurance game, especially on a map like Skyscraper. You have to win your ones while attentively watching your flank, while playing with your team, while coordinating a push, whether it's holding or playing as the attackers. It is very intricate here, and not being able to catch this man on the back heel definitely is going to be a problem, but I mean, both parties get to live to see the other day, and now F5 have pushed Jigarku back to site here, and House being opened up here starts to open up some easy crosses here for F5.
Yeah, it seems like it's a completely different way of interacting with this bomb site. They're now directly looking to attack like the actual site itself, not only just from office balcony, but it looks like that they also will try and attack from the other side as well. It's basically just to suffocate this whole defense. The only thing I'm worried about is that if they try and like flip to the other side of the map, how are you gonna deal with these keeper barriers and Shrine if they interact with it?
Ice cold and an ice ball. The Twins followed up with 1 and 2. Now easily taking that lead over F5 here, as Fire was the one to claim the first kill, but can't live long enough to try to find his next, and now he has to rely on his team to be able to reestablish the ability to either put it up at level or get that lead yet again. But still, with this time continuing to run down, you guys barely have control of Terrace. You're not even in Shrine yet. You still have to deal with the Kibas. Azami still has one in her pocket. The barbed wire is also going to slow you down here, and we can't say you're going to find the easier success because there's no Ying this time, and she's committed. But Sheik shuts her out, and Jero has now been put underground while it has been pushed up to level here. And now NuTorious are forced to hold out the time because of the amount of pressure starting to amount from the house.
Shrine control is now in their favor. It looks like the only way that I believe, like, yeah, they just have to hold like very passive angles, which is actually really good because look, F5 Esports, it doesn't really seem like they have the best info.
Oh, God. I mean, you can't just wide swing like that. It doesn't work out. But for Z-Man and Perseus, it does, as he wins both of their ones. Jigarku at the range here with the SMG-11. Can't find Joy, but does get Z-Man very low here. A C4 is in your hand, but can you get close enough to use it on that HP? And Z-Man says no. An instant shutout as your leg was peeking out, giving that easy advantage to the attacker. And finally, F5 have claimed the lead.
Honestly, like, Team NuTorious tried to play that as properly as they could. The only time they made like an egregious mistake was when the Shrine player dies despite having a keep-up barrier in support with other utility in Shrine. Once he dies, it feels like Team NuTorious are sitting ducks on site, so that's why you most likely saw the aggression from the player on the Katana on Sword Window. He's trying to get aggressive to disable that extra push that F5 Esports have working in their favor, that extra bit of pressure. And so, you know, F5 Esports, they did a very good job of just winning the important gunfights, because I was saying, okay, they're going to flip to the other side of the map. How are they going to deal with Shrine? And they just completely power the guy in Shrine and kill him.
Hands on my head at this point. I'm confused what NuTorious was trying to establish there, being able to get that man advantage, and from there you guys were trying to hold crosses. Ice Cold decided to stick his face out a window. I just don't know how that contributes to the overall grasp you have on site. You gave away the easy control, and now you guys are going to have to play a game of catch-up on the defensive here, and while you approach that half, the best you can do here is a 4-2 split, and for F5, all they have to do is just hold you guys at bay, and while they switch on to their preferred side, you guys are going to be the ones in the horrible position.
My brain is fried, to be totally honest.
If it wasn't, I'd be concerned for both of us.
It's interesting. We haven't seen, like, Glass is probably one of the
more, I wouldn't say the better operators now for the on the attack, but he's been preferred a lot more recently, even being banned on maps like Sky, for example, just because of how long these lines of sight are from one side of the map to the other, and how easy that can be to challenge with the glass. And so it's very interesting to see that, like, on this map specifically, he's been picked, and not on other maps like Cafe, for example.
Really does kind of concern the teams that we're trying to bring glass. I know we saw him once on Cafe before he was instantly shut out here to no success on that one tap area, but oh my god, Fire changes that narrative. 1 and 2 beautiful kills here as F5 have now opened up that avenue into sight from Shrine. Now Jigarku tries to get his team on the board by either pre-setting that C4 or playing off of his team's intel, but as the Roteros are sent in here, the pressure's starting to amount.
Oh, and the Blackbeard could have been caught as he tried to retreat. Part of his shoulder was sticking out, but not a single shot lands for Ice Cold. So really the only control that F5 have to work with here are Drum and now Top Shrine. But everybody here, especially this Geisha player, is so like by themselves.
It's such a linear hold that you really can't do anything without having to win your ones. Now, one man accidentally drops the hatch, but your team can do everything for you as the person that you were targeting is actually the last left alive, but still, there's such a large gap left in the defense here that you can really go wherever you want without repercussions, and Jigarku is going to learn that the hard way. The attackers just take so much real estate. They close him down into a refined space, and then from there, they hit that gap. And Chaka, you know where that originated from? From that house play. I mean, allowing a glass to shut you out, getting one kill, and then the second genuinely becomes a problem. Look at that one tap. You cannot die like this, especially in the end stages of a BO5.
And Fire has been consistently the best player on F5 Esports. If it's not him, then Stealth has been right behind him. He can produce moments like that where he's just finding crucial entries on his team for his team in like multiple different rounds. Again, he was, I think, the best player. If it wasn't him, then it was most likely Steph, but I think it was him if I'm not mistaken. He was the best player for them during E5, and mind you, F5 are playing ex-pros in most of their games, or for all of their games in Element 5 and Swiss. So he was consistently like on top of the leaderboards. I'm saying he was positive in KD. He was positive in terms of like his impact, even though in all of their games, F5 lost in regulation. So he clearly has something good going for him. And he's been like very impactful throughout this whole entire series, even when F5 are losing.
Lots of things to go to the drawing board here for NuTorious, because if you guys are the team that was given the preferred side on Skyscraper after losing a barn burner of a fourth map, you guys will never be able to live that down. You need to call a timeout. We were criticizing F5 before Flan delivered the best speech of all time, and from there, you guys are the ones who haven't called a timeout at all this whole series. F5 is on 2, and NuTorious have yet to do anything to reset here, but as F5 has their foot on the gas, if NuTorious loses this round, you have to question their overall commitment to continuing to try to win this or bring it back, because if anything has been proved so far is nothing's impossible. As Good opens it up by taking care of Stealth, sticks his face through the can opener, takes care of one, almost finds the third. That would have been the craziest play so far, but still two very essential operators to putting that plant down have been put in the ground, and now a 3v5 is left for F5 to try to address.
He was just there to get them in, and the fact that you have two people dying right when they're trying to get a plant down is crazy. You still have the blitz up, but with only two people up, okay, he's not covering the window anymore. So you might be able to get a plant down, maybe on the couches, but it's going to be super hard without being able to see the hallway.
Seems to know that there is somebody down there with him, but still, you guys have only found one refrag, and you're down 2 bodies, and you're going to have to rely on your ability and your intuition. It seems like you know, but not at the last second. Oh, that's just siege timing. Jero finds Fire, has to deal with that shield up, but even if he falls here, he has gotten the job done. He's drawing this blitz in, and with the assistance from the players running down top Black to deal the damage and force his shield to the side, NuTorious have finally gotten themselves back on the board.
It's a top Black take that obviously they just wanted to try and go into karaoke to get a simple plant down, and that was denied once not only did like Azami killed the planter there, but he also killed the player covering on the window. So he was able to cross in like that. Actually, he didn't kill the planter, but he killed the person who's on the window, allowing him to cross. And then the fact that he's able to get 2 jumping out of gold wall is absurd. I can't believe that.
Genuinely just lost for words at this point. I mean, it's back and forth, but still F5 having this lead on the attack is essential to the halftime, because a 4-2 or a 3-3 split is both in the favor of F5. And pile that in with a timeout, a good talk with Flan is going to lead to their win. It all points to F5 right now if they can show us that same passion they had on Cafe.
5 seconds left.
F5 certainly go into their second half with more of an advantage because 3 attacks on Sky is already really good, and we already know that Team NuTorious struggled with their attacks on Cafe. So what's to say they won't do it on Sky? I guarantee you they probably will, because Sky is really hard to attack, and figure out, especially in comp, because you can hold this map from one side or the other, and players are just more likely to hit their shots better. So it's just really difficult.
Now, a call from the future is we have a rehost due to a technical difficulty after this round, but Fire finding Gerald is able to open it up here for F5 and really showing us why he wants his team to take that double lead here, as just 1 minute in, and you've lost that Solus.
Yeah. Solus was one of your... It's really good for being down below for really any site, not just this one, but the fact that they lose the Solus and they lose this bird control is really important, because now you still have the Deimos down here, and he could completely clear this house player if he really, really wants to, but Cheek just pushes bottom house? For what?
Yeah. Guess they're not pushing there anymore. I mean, say goodbye to that Deimos, and now Iceball is gifted a position that only those would dream of. Only a one-man advantage here for F5, but they've taken care of 2 essential operators in trade of another essential operator, but still not really roam clearing when everybody is on site. The aggression from Iceball, though, if he falls here, it's an overall grasp of site here from F5, from House. Yet again, it's the same thing over and over, but as Jagarku proves himself, Z-Man is there to save his teammate at the last second, and Jagarku trying to get aggressive here. He's isolated it, making it a 1v1, and now is able to just sit back, relax here, as Stealth doesn't even know what his team as he's left at 50, and Jogarku's at full health with the time in his favor, because that case is not yet retrieved. And can we see the best clutch so far of this series?
1v3, like you mentioned, Stealth is on very low HP, and you still have a Nitro Cell if you're Jagarku.
Able to just close it out here. You'd be able to tie it up for your team after a very hard work to round, and the amount of utility you've starved out here for F5. You've deprived them of any and all utility comms and the advantage that they were so gifted, but still, it all lies on your hands, and you will be able to find it. Jugarku, from the depths, underperforming the first map to living up to the expectations, the Canadian King ties it up for his team. 3-3, and NuTorious are back in this.
It's an electric 1v3 clutch from Jagarku, not only confirming the down player outside, but then pushing it as well to the player who was still up, and he just smokes him. And then ending 1v1 clutch, I mean, Gridlock was already low. Imagine if Gridlock was full health. Because she's a 3 armor, she takes a ton of shots against the P10 Roni. You probably would maybe favor the Gridlock just a little bit, but it would have been a little more even. You have to take advantage of what you've been given. And in that case, Jagarku took advantage of the fact that the Gridlock was just lower health than
he was. And he ties it up. So now Team NuTorious are on their attacks, but we've seen this before where they get on their attacks, they have a decent defensive half, and then they really struggle on their attacking half. And it most likely will not be any different on Sky.
Quite concerning here for F5, but see how it'll play out. As we've been told, though, we might have a rehost, so I'm just waiting to see if that's the plan so far. But it looks like we're good as of now. But it's been a very interesting game here, and as it's a continuous back and forth, I'm finally happy to see that both teams are rising to the call. But we're not gonna waste any time. We're gonna send it to a quick break, and we'll be back swiftly after this rehost. I don't have anything to say. Send us into the fucking match. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm done. Jero's forced to load in late. Good's game has shot itself, and now we find ourselves in a 5v3 situation. NuTorious play with a 2-man disadvantage, and you know what? Props to her OBS. She tried to hold out and try to be as nice as possible, but eventually the road's gonna have to get on the goddamn way, because we can't do anything about it, man. It's just tech difficulties. We don't even know what to say at this point. So NuTorious played down with a deficit here, and now Skyscraper is now your 5th map if you guys have missed and you're just joining us, which would be crazy at 12:44. But 30-minute pause, Chaka. I'm running out of water. I'm running out of patience, and now we're approaching the 6th hour of the night.
Yeah, it's been very long night. Understatement. Every map apart from Cafe went pretty far. I would be really surprised actually if this went any further on Sky, considering now that F5 start on defense and they have a 5v3 to start the round off because of nuts technical issues.
If NuTorious win this, I swear to God, I'm selling my channel. I swear to
No,
God.
don't do that.
No, I need to. At this point, 6 hours of streaming, and I have to go study for an exam after this. Yeah, the game's never been so gone. Now, initial aggression from Ice Cold gets him the first. And now, looking for the second, but Toxic Babe not taking any ticks of damage here, but it is going to push him off initially. And Stealth follows it up by taking care of Jagarku here, and by sitting close on this door, anybody that walks in through Bright gets their head chopped off here. And a 4v2 is honestly exactly how I expected this to go.
Yep. Apart from the initial scare from Ice Cold sneaking up Black Stairs and finding the opening pick, and maybe there could have been some re-aggression there from Stealth in order to challenge the Black Stairs player. Could have gone down. F5 have restabilized themselves, have already just continued stabilizing themselves, and they confirm a 4v2 with a minute and 20 left to go. I mean, you have no hard breach. I think they have a rotate actually in karaoke anyways, so you don't need it, I guess.
Looks like they really want that verticality aspect with that Deimos. Ice Ball finds Stealth now with the time running out here. That DMR at the range isn't going to help twice in a row, but you will take most of his HP off. Fire is very, very low. The Azami, if she gives away her position here, a 2v1 is just not the position you want to be after a long pause. You don't have momentum anymore. Everyone's tired. You've been playing for nearly 6 hours. You need to be able to play the time, and as a unit here, Ice Cold shreds out Fire, but takes a good amount of HP off of himself, which means he's going to have to be conservative when he swings out here. But Pre-Fire in the close range shuts out Cheeg, but Z-Man closes it out before it gets too dangerous. And honestly, Ice Ball, it's not crazy to say that, but still F5 have managed to get themselves on the board and claim the lead for the first time in an hour.
Yeah, you consider like the op lineup as well that Nut has. Like, again, they don't have any hard reachers. They're just doing a simple top Black take with a shield still existing for F5 for the whole entirety of that round. It's also a 5v3. So almost losing that is kind of crazy. But eventually F5 do win it out. They also have an established 5v4 because it looks like Jero was able to join the lobby. And well, not before that last round, but he was still able to join the lobby at least for his upcoming one.
I'm so sad that this is the end that we're going to experience here, because it doesn't look like Good's going to be coming back. Starting to appear offline. No 5th now. NuTorious are going to have to just pull a miracle, and by doing that, they take the series, but I highly doubt it here, especially being held out at bay. Doesn't really look like any of these players are really trying to do anything. I mean, F5 just parking the bus, trying to bring in either the time waste ability or try to get that first pick and then park the bus from there. But Chaka, they're already naturally given that man position. You guys can sit back, relax, and run up the clock, and nobody would blame you because you're just 2 rounds shy away from going on to the match point after you've been gifted a blessing.
Yeah, at this point, it should be easy selling here from F5. 5v4 doesn't really look all that bad, but on Sky, you kind of need just everybody up. And they don't have that here. Especially because Goodnight was one of their better players. I mean, you still have Ice Cold, who's been performing really well, especially on the Cafe, but that wasn't enough to win NuTorious the game then and there. It's going to be a karaoke T over a clear, and they're going to be facing the clash head on. The only thing they really have to counter it is a nade and air jabs.
Z-Man shutting out Ice Ball very easily. Stealth going mobile, placing that shield down, gonna get blown up instantly. He's gonna fall down to that frag right after, but Ice Cold is down as well. So the silver lining is it's an advantage for F5 here. Even if he does get picked up, they have the man advantage, and by shredding off the health here, he's gonna have to be mindful every single time he tries to get an aggressive. But still, NuTorious, you guys have been gifted, or not gifted. You guys have been taken away. And you guys have been fighting this whole game just to fall in the last moments and the dying times of the night here as you approach the 90th second, and you guys are still on a very large disadvantage.
Able to get control of Dragon and Shrine for now. I mean, or Drama at least. That's kind of what they've been allowed to been given. They also know that Perseus is in this corner, and so they're going to try and challenge him. But even though they do that and they know he's there, and you have the advantage and the yellow ping, you still lose 2 players to him. Perseus gets 2 before going down, and now you have a 1v2 in favor of F5. I mean, I'm surprised that these rounds are even as close as they are.
Hey man, pardon my French, but I could give less of a fuck if we're giving up these goddamn advantages. You guys have to close out the ones, and it's just not present here now. Being able to park out at top house and the cross being held from the near overhang on that chassis, it's all about the time, but still, the clock runs out, and with just 30 seconds left, you're gonna have to, no. If they throw this, we're calling it. Jero threads that needle between the chassis and the glass case, and Jero now gets isolated, and Sheik gives F5 2 rounds back to back where they are able to slightly inch past here, and F5 just 1 round away from this match point, and they're really starting to knock on the door of this grand final.
Still a permanent 5v4 as well from NuTorious. I mean, past like Shrine Control, just not able to like get past Dragon or Terrace or Shrine, which is kind of like the biggest difficulty whenever you're attacking Office and Exhibition, is getting past Terrace and Shrine, and they just couldn't really do that. That was like a really big difficulty for them. Almost though, so 1v1, very close. Now we have F5 in a clear advantage still, but that still hasn't stopped the rounds from like getting like scarily close, and NuTorious within almost like a distance of winning them.
Now it is, it is F5 winning these rounds, but it is a shame that it is this close. It should not be this close. It should be a 1-round sweep each and every round. It is too sad that this is going to be ended out at a BO5. Now, interesting. But as we're being told, or as I'm being told, Good's internet disconnected, or his power went out, and he's driving to his cousin, seeing if he can get in before the game ends. But Chalk, I highly, highly doubt it.
Yeah, not too sure about that. I would be super shocked if Good just randomly rejoined after trying so hard to do so, and then like NuTorious make it a game on Sky Attack. That would be absurd.
Now, barely less than a minute in here, Ice Cold is really trying to hit that floor bang and attempt to put his team up at level here as they're consistently fighting an uphill battle. But just a minute in, and having to attack Skyscraper, especially being down that man, is just so difficult. You only have to feel bad. I honestly just have to say sorry to NuTorious. You guys fought this long. You wasted a good chunk of your night, and you guys have to end off due to a technicality that you guys cannot control. But it looks like you guys are really trying to fight hard here as Ice Cold tries to get a little over aggressive, and it just doesn't work out in his favor here as he's shut out first, and that 2-man advantage goes in the favor of F5.
Oh, in a close gunfight that doesn't go Jagorko's way. After lurking up restaurant stairs, I'm surprised he's able to like get that far in first floor towards bar without nobody from F5 knowing about it. But at least they dealt with him then. Wait, no, he wasn't in first floor. That's my bad. That was like one of the defenders. Either way, sorry. It's a long night. 1v5. No chance that the Ace wins this. Not because it's a 1v5, but because it's a 1v5, and he only has 1 HP left.
Now, Jero, is going to use this as a pseudo timeout because as they're telling us in the y'all chat, he is back, which means they're going to try to give themselves the longest opportunity to wait this out and allow Good to regen here. And if F5 learned anything by this, it's to get the hell out the building and try to find this guy, because by requesting this timeout, by wasting this time, you're essentially giving yourself 2 minutes to allow Good to get back in, get on that setup, and get ready to continue to play here. And if they push the overtime at this point, Chaka, we have nothing to do except for absolutely go ballistic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he can blow a kiss on them and he dies. So there should be no reason as to why like none of these shots land. And he knows he's running out, so he could probably pre-fire. But yeah, just one shot.
Still on
And
the
so
timeout, though.
yeah. F5 though, they put themselves on match point. That's also grand finals point, serious point. After starting off, like after at one point in a series being 2-1 down in terms of their map, but also being down on Cafe for a good chunk of it and bringing him back. I mean, even though like there are some technicalities that we have to observe from the NuTorious, the fact that Good Night, one of their best players at the whole entire series, has disconnected and has been having tech issues on Sky now when they're having to attack. While
Holy
we have
shit,
to
he's
take that
back.
into consideration,
Holy,
like
he's back.
F5, some good mental fortitude that's been shown by them to just get themselves back in it in Cafe and now put themselves in a good position to win a grand final.
If these guys make a comeback, I will lose my mind. I am so tired right now, but I will go crazy if these guys somehow manage to bring it back 6-3 on attack. Any predictions, Chuck?
No, not really, because I don't see a world where NuTorious bring it back. If I'm being totally honest,
Oh, we
you're
said that on
attacking
Cafe.
Skyscraper 6-3 down. Yeah, but they're also 6-3 down on like Sky, and Sky is considerably more defender sided than Cafe ever will be.
Sometimes I love you being a pessimist. But
That's what
as
keeps
we
me
know,
sane.
don't say it out loud, as we know what the script is going to end with. Let's see. F5. You have 1 round to get this right. Will you let Good heat up and bring back the game, or is that 3-round advantage for F5 that's just been gifted to them on a silver platter enough to give them the championship of NeuroStrike Season 2 and end NuTorious's reign?
Well, Good Night is back again. He's been consistently the best player in his team, alongside Ice Cold, for example. As two, or not for example, but Good Night and Ice Cold have been like some of the best players here for NuTorious, having big moments.
5 seconds left before insertion.
He pulls out the blitz here
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
for Sky. This Sky is actually one of Blitz's best maps, despite how vertically inclined Sky can be and how threatening the vertical play can be for the defense on this map.
These guys need a miracle to take this. Now, having full power, yeah, does help you guys in terms of having the bodies, but look at the lineup of F5. They don't have any intentions of playing too aggressive. They have everything that they need to be able to run out the time here and take their sweet time to run every single second dry of you guys, and they were going to bleed you of all the util that you have in your hands, and I mean, I feel like you guys are going to learn this the hard way.
Offense control is in their favor, but I mean, F5 have given this up willingly, so they back up towards Shrine, set up a deployable shield on top Shrine, and are also holding in from the drum side as well. You also have Azami on Shrine to further reinforce that position too, which is going to waste a lot of NuTorious time, and it'll be interesting to see how they work around it, considering the only thing they have to really counter the Azamis is the 417.
Cheeg, the main man who keeps the spearhead at bay here now. you better hope to God he has a Grismont primed on that door. Otherwise, he has to use that one in the pocket to make sure that the shield up doesn't get too much easy leeway into drums here. But as this clock continues to run down, you guys have to be mindful with this clock with just 90 seconds left. You have to be careful now. That Grismont does go off, but it's not enough to get that shield to its side, and you can't deliver that final blow fast enough here, as that is given up here by Cheeg. It looks like Nut is beginning to advance.
Past the balcony, that's kind of as far as they've been able to get before they can really figure out their next point of attack. Jogorku is able to find the first kill, and that's Geisha control. He can cut off the restaurant players, but he pushes a little bit too deep, and that's the fuser lost in Geisha.
He flew too close to the sun, drops the case on restaurant stairs, and now it's a complete disaster here as there's a man advantage, there's a positional advantage as well, and you guys can play the timeout here. The defenders just don't care. There's not enough utility to take care of those Kibas, and Z-Man is going to take advantage of that with those Toxic Babes left as well. There's just so many things that are going to go wrong here for NuTorious, but Good is really trying to keep them in the game here, claiming his first of that rehost, and now he has to deal with the restaurant himself. But as he looks to claim the case, he's unaware that somebody's sitting parked out in Geisha here, but Stealth is taken care of by the glass. But Jero gets one, but his teammate is fragged out right after, and Cheek finds Good. And with that being said, the clock continues to run down, but still NuTorious possess that man advantage, but not anymore as it's tied up. Fire takes the first, closes it out here with Ice Ball left on Chaka. The night's finally over.
F5 completed the comeback on Cafe, the comeback in terms of the map serious, and now they've just won Skyscraper. Again, technicalities, you have to keep them in mind. F5, or not F5, NuTorious had a disadvantage going into Sky when they did lose one of their best players due to a disconnect. But it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, F5 will be written as the winners. And they won it fair and square, to be honest to them. That was a really good round to win, especially after the mistake from Jogorku losing the diffuser in Geisha. And once Geisha was retaken by the smoke, I mean, like, it was a really tough spot to push for NuTorious to get the diffuser back, because you're pushing into a smoke and you're also pushing into a shotgun in a close range gunfight while his teammate holds you from karaoke. That was really well done from F5 to recover.
I mean, one thing to say, I have to throw on the vector glasses because of how long we've been looking at this damn screen, but we have to feel bad. We have to feel bad. I mean, we tried to accommodate as long as possible. It was 2 rehosts plus a player-hosted rehost, and then from there, Good disconnected, which, I mean, holy shit, talk about luck. You get to the furthest stage of a BO5 and you disconnect from there. You only have to give credit where credit is due because they almost brought it back, even in that 4v5 situation. It was well fought out by either side here, but Chaka, I don't want to waste out any of your time here. You have any closing thoughts?
No, I was just very happy to experience this whole grand final with you, to be fair.
Fair enough. I think this is the furthest grand final I've ever gotten to, the 5th map, and so far into the game as well, nearly reaching 6 hours with all of those tech pauses. GG's to both F5 and NuTorious. Congratulations to F5. Unfortunate to you guys, NuTorious, but luckily for you, you have the NEUROSTRIKE Season 1 on the belt. It was time to give away that gauntlet. With that being said, thank you to everybody who watched. I mean, holy shit, it's been a long time. You're not supposed to just swear, but guess what? It's our channel, and I don't care because we've been here for 6 hours. And with that being said, W in the chat for Rennie, please. She stayed up so long to be able to accommodate our games and keep things on the road. And big thank you to our sponsors over at HMC and GameSir and our partnered affiliates at Blacklight. It's been a long night, guys, so I'm not going to waste any time. Drop a follow if you enjoyed, sub if you're naughty. Good goddamn night, and if you're not